Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2021 EU Investment Forum. 各位贵宾，欢迎加入2021投资欧盟论坛。A few housekeeping announcements before we begin. First, please remember to mute your microphone if you're not speaking. And simultaneous interpretation will be provided today. You can choose to listen to English or Chinese by clicking on the YouTube links provided by the organizers. And please post your questions on the YouTube page, and a moderator will ask the questions for you later. After the meeting, the organizers will send you a link to a questionnaire. After filling it out, you will receive a link to download the presentations. Thank you. 各位贵宾，会议开始前有几件重要事项宣布。若您没有发言，请将麦克风静音。本会议提供同步口译，您可以点选主办单位所提供的 YouTube 中文或是英文连结，选择所要收听的语言。如果有任何问题，待会儿请直接在 YouTube 的页面上面留言，待会儿主持人会帮您提问。会后主办单位会提供问卷的连结，填写完毕后会收到下载简报的连结。谢谢。Thank you for your cooperation. 谢谢您的配合。Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2021 EU Investment Forum. I'm today's MC, Betty Chen. 各位贵宾，欢迎加入2021投资欧盟论坛。我是今天的司仪陈佩欣。In the next decade, the European Union will make massive investment in the green industries and promote digital transformation. Facing the impact from COVID-19 and the restructuring of supply chains, it is vital for Taiwanese businesses to seize this golden opportunity and increase their investment in the EU. 欧盟在未来10年将会大幅加码投资，发展绿色产业以及推动数位转型。面对疫情所带来的冲击，在全球供应链面临重组之际，布局欧洲将有利于开创台湾企业发展的新契机。First of all, we would like to welcome Her Excellency Tsai Ing-wen, President of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to give us her remarks. 首先，让我们欢迎中华民国蔡英文总统为我们致辞。
Representative Phillips, Jeffersky, Head of the European Economic and Trade Office, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Joseph Wu Zhaoxian, Minister of Economic Affairs, Wang Meihua, Ms. Sabine Wen, Director General for Trade of the European Commission. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to join you all again at this year's EU Investment Forum. Before I begin, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the European Union member states, Poland, Lithuania, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia for extending their helping hands to Taiwan by donating life-saving vaccines. I believe this virtuous cycle of mutual support would enable us to continue to combat the spread of COVID-19 and accelerate economic recovery as we move towards the post-pandemic era. Last year, Taiwan and the European Union co-organized the first EU Investment Forum. More than 1,400 participants joined the forum virtually and physically. As this inaugural EU Investment Forum resulted in quite a few achievements. For example, since last September, Taiwanese investment in the European Union has reached a historic high of 4.5 billion euros. At the same time, Europe's accumulated foreign direct investment in Taiwan now exceeds 49 billion US dollars, making the European Union Taiwan's largest source of FDI. We are also witnessing the most significant growth of investment in our offshore wind power industry. The EU identified green energy and the digital economy as two pillars of its economic recovery plan. These two pillars complement the 6 core strategic industries that Taiwan is promoting. Through collaboration, these industries can assist the acceleration of economic recovery as the world regains its footing after the pandemic. Furthermore, on September 16th, for the first time, the EU included Taiwan explicitly in its joint communication on the strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. In the joint communication, the EU pledges to strengthen cooperation with Taiwan in semiconductors, information and communications technology, data protection, and other strategic industries. This joint communication also states that partners such as Taiwan have adopted and put in place modern data protection laws, and this would pave the way for future adequacy talks. Moreover, the tightening in cooperation would help the EU reinforce the security of its supply chains and achieve the goal of open strategic autonomy. This summer, the EU also launched the European Alliance on Processors and Semiconductor Technologies. Taiwan is also aiming to establish 4 semiconductor academies in universities by the end of this year to better nurture talents for the semiconductor industry. This also creates opportunities for Taiwan and the EU to collaborate in the cultivation of a professional and globalized workforce for the technological industries. Industries such as ICT, smart mobility, 5G, biotechnology, green energy technology, and the digital economy. Here, I want to encourage our Taiwanese investors to partner up with their European counterparts and for our European colleagues to do the same. Taiwan and the European Union enjoy shared values, including democracy, freedom, the rule of law, and human rights. This makes Taiwan a reliable and natural partner for the European Union, whether in the regional security, economic partnership, trade, or investment. I'm glad to see the effort made by our government and a few Central and Eastern European countries to substantiate our bilateral relations. Later this month, our Minister of National Development Council, Dr. Gong Mingxin, will lead a high-level trade and investment delegation to Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and Slovenia. The delegation will explore new opportunities for joint ventures, substantial investment, and industrial cooperation. I see this as another step to further Taiwan's economic cooperation with Europe. In the past 70 years, Taiwan and Europe not only endure the atrocities of war, we also overcame adversities and many political and economic challenges. At this juncture, as we head towards the post-pandemic era, I believe it is now more important than ever for Taiwan and Europe to join forces to expand our interests and contribute to the world. Taiwan and the EU not only have solid economic ties, we are also connected by what we treasure the most, our democratic way of life. And starting talk on a bilateral investment agreement can be the beginning of an even more concrete partnership for democracies like us. In conclusion, I would like to wish today's forum a great success, and that this year's forum results in even more partnerships between Taiwanese businesses and Europe. As Taiwan and the EU overcome our current challenges, the future can only be positive and prosperous when we work together as partners and friends.
Thank you, President Tsai. 谢谢蔡总统。Next, please welcome Mr. Filip Jegorzewski, Head of Office of the European Economic and Trade Office, to give us his remarks. 接下来，让我们欢迎欧洲经贸办事处高哲夫处长为我们致辞。
President Tsai Ing-wen, Minister of Foreign Affairs Joseph Wu, Minister of Economic Affairs Wang Meihua, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Filip Jegorzewski, Head of European Economic and Trade Office.
European Investment Forum. I'm particularly happy to see virtually such a large audience today, almost 700 people. I'm talking to you now from Taipei, and I'm quite impressed personally with the whole technical setup. I'll post some pictures on Twitter to show you to what extent we had to mobilize our resources to make this event possible. I would like to express my special gratitude to President Tsai Ing-wen, to Minister Wang, and Minister Wu for joining us today. The 2021 European Investment Forum is the second investment forum which the European Economic and Trade Office is organizing together with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm very pleased that this year a record number of speakers from the public and private sector in Europe and in Taiwan will participate. This is a clear demonstration of our common interest to work more closely together and to reinforce the already strong trade and investment ties between the European Union and Taiwan. Well, we live in challenging times, and climate change and digital transformation have changed our daily lives. Global supply chains are being restructured as we try to find new ways to develop. With today's European Investment Forum, we want to be part of these new developments. In the European Union, we see the twin challenges of climate change and digitalization as an opportunity to make Europe fit for the future. Over the next few years, the European Union will invest more than 2 trillion euro to rebuild a post-COVID-19 Europe. It will be a greener and more digital and more resilient European Union. Europe's diversity and its single market drive innovation and integrate companies. By investing in Europe, Taiwanese companies can benefit from new concepts and new ideas. Products made in Europe are well renowned and respected worldwide, including in Taiwan. For Taiwanese companies seeking to upgrade their products and create new innovative technologies, the European Union provides a unique opportunity. In Europe, Taiwanese companies will find everything they need to grow: affordable labor costs and high innovation, manufacturing and service industries, sustainable and responsible business models. We have it all, and it's ready for the Taiwanese companies. The European Union is ready to work with like-minded partners like Taiwan, to find solutions for the problems of our times. The investments that will be undertaken by the European Union and its member states in the coming years will present fantastic opportunities for Taiwan companies to develop business in Europe. You can be part of this success. The European Union is ready and on the move. We have designed many new initiatives and policies to respond to the challenges that lie ahead of us. Let us be successful together and be ready for these new opportunities. Well, let me thank once again all the participants for joining us today, and we wish you a very successful and inspiring EU Investment Forum. Let me finish in Chinese. 前进欧盟
We will strive for a globally connected Europe. Go Europe!
Thank you very much, Mr. Jegorzewski. 谢谢高处长. Next, we would like to invite Minister of Foreign Affairs Joseph Wu to give us his remarks. 接下来，让我们邀请外交部吴钊燮部长为我们致辞。
The Honorable Philip Jegoszewski, Head of the European Economic and Trade Office, distinguished speakers, dear participants joining us online, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Taiwan. I'm delighted to attend the second EU Investment Forum by video today. Earlier this year, I had the chance to speak at the EU-Taiwan Supply Chains Forum. I talked about how the EU and Taiwan can cooperate on the restructuring of global supply chains in a number of strategic and critical industries during the post-pandemic era. From President Tsai's and Minister Wang's opening remarks today, you have learned about many remarkable achievements that have boosted Taiwan-EU trade and investment relations. That said, our bilateral relationship goes way beyond economics. Indeed, overall speaking, Taiwan-EU relations have never been stronger. The international landscape has changed greatly in recent years. Taiwan and the EU are like-minded partners. We share the values of freedom, democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. The EU explicitly referred to Taiwan in its recent joint communication on strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, emphasizing collaboration on semiconductor supply chains and data protection with Taiwan and other like-minded partners in the region. We have also seen ever-growing support from the European Parliament. Just last month, by an overwhelming majority, its Committee on Foreign Affairs adopted a report and related amendments on EU-Taiwan political relations and cooperation. The report urged the EU to take a proactive role in safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and sustaining democracy in Taiwan, among other causes. This is the first official document drafted by the European Parliament on the political relationship between Taiwan and the EU. We look forward to its adoption in the second half of this month by the European Parliament. Moreover, bilateral ties between Taiwan and EU member states, particularly Central and Eastern European countries, are closer than ever. Last year, we saw the historic visit to Taiwan by Miloš Vystrčil, President of the Czech Senate, and our establishment of a branch office in Aix-en province in southern France. This year, Taiwan and Lithuania agreed to the mutual establishment of representative offices. A 65-member trade and investment delegation will also embark on an unprecedented visit to Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and Lithuania just next week. Furthermore, Taiwan and the EU have supported each other in a joint fight against the COVID-19 pandemic through donations of face masks and vaccines. The robust friendship and trust between Taiwan and the EU have laid a solid foundation for enterprises from both sides to team up. With the restructuring of global supply chains currently underway, I urge Taiwanese investors to seize the opportunity and go Europe. I also call upon European investors to come to Taiwan. In closing, I wish this forum great success. May the partnership between Taiwan and the EU continue to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wu. 谢谢吴部长. Next, please welcome Minister of Economic Affairs 王美花 to give us her remarks. 接下来欢迎经济部王美花部长为我们致辞.
Madam President, Mr. Philip Jegoszewski, Mr. Joseph Wu, distinguished guests, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to be here again at the second EU Investment Forum. This forum highlights the importance that EU members and companies place on Taiwan's industrial strengths. It also underscores the strong potential for greater cooperation between Taiwan and EU enterprises across a diverse range of sectors. The event enjoyed a strong response by attracting many leading Taiwanese firms to take part, drawing much attention from Brussels and further injecting momentum to interaction between Taiwanese and European enterprises. The EU has long been Taiwan's top source of FDI, and more European companies have been choosing to set up business in Taiwan because of the prospects for industrial development, as well as the strength of industrial cluster in Taiwan. Despite the global impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on cross-border commercial activity and investment, European enterprises have not stopped their pace of investment in Taiwan. Attributed to the control measures at border, quarantine requirements, and others, we have managed the pandemic comparatively well in Taiwan, even stopped the outbreak of local contagions in 90 days. In the meantime, we also work very hard to mitigate the negative effect by facilitating vessel crew and engineers to enter Taiwan's offshore wind farms, and CEO and senior employees to relocate to Taiwan. For example, last month, Siemens Gamesa inaugurated a new nacelle assembling facility at the port of Taichung, the first of its kind in Asia. On the other hand, Taiwanese companies are deploying new investments in the EU and explore new opportunities with their EU partners, such as Foxconn Technology and Stellantis signed an MOU this May to establish a joint venture operating as a Tier 1 automotive supplier for digital cockpit and personalized connected services. In the post-pandemic era, countries around the world have been tasked with finding innovative ways to turn challenges into opportunity and working for economic recovery. My ministry has been not only actively promoting bilateral dialogue on economic, trade, and industrial issues, but also focusing on a number of advanced fields, including next-generation communications, IoT applications, high-end medical equipment, biomedical technology, and smart energy technology. This approach promised to take cooperation between Taiwanese and European companies to a whole new level. Therefore, I would like to encourage the EU to commence the BIA negotiation with Taiwan for better incentive and protection for our investors, respectively. I believe Taiwan and the EU can establish a more resilient, multifaceted, and trustworthy supply chain partnership on the basis of the existing foundation. I'm confident that Taiwanese firms will benefit a lot from today's forum in terms of tapping such opportunity into win-win outcomes for both sides. To conclude, I would like to wish everyone fruitful and productive deliberations, as well as the greatest success for today's forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wang. 谢谢王部长. Now we would like to invite our distinguished guests to have group photos taken. In addition to the four speakers, now we would like to invite Ms. Sabine Weyand, Director General for Trade of the European Union, and Mr. Zhang Peiren, Executive Vice President of the Industrial Technology Research Institute, to join the photo call. So our distinguished guests, please look at a camera. 我们接下来除了刚才4位贵宾之外，也要邀请欧盟执委会贸易总署总署长 Sabine Weyand 女士以及工业技术研究院张培仁副院长，麻烦请贵宾看向镜头。So now please look at your camera and give us your smile. 1, 2, 3, cheese. All right, thank you very much. Please stay with us. Now we would like to invite all of the speakers and the moderator to join the photo call. 我们接下来要邀请今天论坛所有的讲者还有主持人，麻烦请一起加入大合照。So now we're going to invite more people to join us in a photo call. So now please look at your camera and give us your smile. So 1, 2, 3, cheese! And now give us your thumbs up. 麻烦请伸出大拇指比个赞好吗？我们请线上的朋友欢迎，请您打开您的镜头，伸出大拇指，对着镜头微笑，一起记录这个历史性的时刻。So please give us your thumbs up at 1, 2, 3, cheese! Thank you very much. 我们再次感谢所有与会者。We really hope that when the pandemic is under control, we can see each other face to face. 我们也很期待疫情早日获得控制，大家可以面对面感受沟通的温度。再次感谢大家加入我们的合照时间 ，Thank you very much. And now we will play a video. Please enjoy. 接下来将为各位播放一支影片，请欣赏。
With a population of 450 million, the European Union is governed by values and common heritage, bonded together in history and culture, united in diversity. The EU is governed by law. Its operation is managed by the common EU institutions, including European Council, European Parliament, and European Commission. The EU is the world's largest single market, composed of 27 member states. In the European single market, you can enjoy various advantages when building business and making investments in any member state. Any products that conform to the EU standards will not be subject to extra tariffs and strict border inspections. The single currency, euro, also reduces considerable transaction costs and risks that could have come with foreign exchange. Within the EU territory, the flow of people, logistics, and money are completely free. The EU has established a dense international trade network through 46 international trade agreements. Products invested and produced by companies in Europe can be exported to 78 countries around the world with preferential tariffs. The EU's stable and mature investment environment, along with its solid legal foundation, ensure investment protection for investors. The EU is planning to drive innovation by cultivating technology and to inject a large amount of capital into digital infrastructure, the semiconductor industry, data economy, aerospace, and the smart industry. Facing the challenges brought about by climate change, the EU is promoting the transformation of the world economy and social civilization. Gathering strength, the EU is embracing the next decade.
Now we're moving on to the keynote speech. We are honored to have invited Ms. Sabine Vaillant, Directorate General for Trade of the European Union. She will talk about Invest in the EU. 各位贵宾，接下来进入专题演讲。很荣幸邀请到欧盟执委会贸易总署总署长 Sabine Vaillant 女士，她要分享的主题是投资欧盟。Now I will hand over to Director General Vaillant.
Your Excellencies, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be able to speak to you at the second European Investment Forum in Taiwan, albeit virtually. I would like to thank the European Economic and Trade Office in Taipei, Taiwan's Ministry of Economic Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for co-organizing today's event. I would also like to express my gratitude to colleagues in Brussels and to the many speakers from European and Taiwanese companies for joining today's forum and for sharing their experiences and expertise with us. Ladies and gentlemen, these are trying times. As we are turning the corner on a global pandemic, we continue to face a whole array of unprecedented external challenges that will remain with us for months and years ahead. All too often, global rules are called into question. Climate change and the digital transformation change our daily lives. The pandemic and geopolitical tensions have put supply chain resilience on top of the agenda of boards and governments. We will only be able to find solutions to these challenges if we work together and with our international like-minded partners. Taiwan is one of the EU's closest partners in this respect. This is also why it plays a crucial role in our new Indo-Pacific strategy, with which we want to expand our engagement with the region, to maintain a free and open Indo-Pacific for all, while building strong and lasting partnerships. The EU and Taiwan may be far apart in geographical terms, but we see the world with similar eyes. We both share a common vision of an open, rules-based and interconnected world. We both believe in international cooperation and development, and we both put our people at the heart of our societies and economies. We already have strong economic ties. The EU and European companies are the biggest investor in Taiwan. Last year, almost 39% of Taiwan's inbound foreign direct investment came from the EU. 25% of all FDI stocks in Taiwan are from EU companies. We are very proud of this achievement, as it shows the interest Europe pays to Taiwan. And we hope that we can weave even closer bonds, as Taiwan's eyes turn to Europe. The investments of today will create the trade of tomorrow. Against this backdrop, I would like to make a pitch for Europe and tell you why I believe it is an excellent place for investment. The EU is home to 450 million consumers. We have the largest single market and the second largest economy in the world, with a GDP of 15.6 trillion US dollars. Doing business in Europe is easy. The European single market ensures 4 fundamental freedoms for everyone. The free movement of goods allows merchandise to cross from one member state to another without unnecessary customs controls. The free movement of services ensures that everyone can offer and establish their services in any member state. The free movement of labor guarantees that workers can move across 31 European countries without restrictions. The free movement of capital allows your money and investment to circulate in the EU freely. It can go anywhere it is needed and where you feel it will be most profitable. Other important elements complement the single market. To name just a few, our single currency, the euro, is used in 19 member states. The EU provides a non-discriminatory, transparent and predictable environment. For example, we have a common set of rules in the areas of competition law, environmental protection or for data. There is equal treatment for all companies. The EU's web of trade agreements is the largest network in the world. We already have 46 deals with 78 partners. This means that products made in Europe currently benefit from preferential tariff treatment in 78 countries. It is also for this reason that the EU is the top trading partner for 80 countries worldwide. This is a source of significant strength on which we will continue to build. Finally, Europe is innovative. With our many universities and research institutes, as well as our highly qualified workforce and diversified industrial landscape, we nurture a culture of innovation. This means companies are at the very forefront of European innovation as it happens. All of this offers unique advantages to Taiwanese companies, but equally important is Europe's commitment to shaping the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the world we live in is changing at a rapid pace. I have already mentioned some of the myriad of challenges we are all facing. They require all of us to adjust our policies and strategies. Let me tell you, the EU has read the writing on the wall. We want to turn challenges into opportunities. We want to shape the future, and we are moving to action. We have already adopted a new budget, the Next Generation EU Recovery Plan, to create a better Europe for the next generation. Concretely, this means we will invest around €1 trillion over the next years to mitigate the impacts of climate change and to modernize our digital infrastructure. We are ambitious about what we call the twin transitions, that is, the green and digital transitions. On the former, the European Green Deal will turn Europe into the first climate-neutral continent by achieving net zero emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050. To achieve this goal, we have proposed to raise the 2030 target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from 40% to at least 55% compared to 1990 levels. This target will become legally binding under the European climate law. This will foster investments in new technologies, new services and innovations. The European Green Deal will bring tremendous business and investment opportunities. As we speak, the EU is setting up attractive investment conditions and provides technical support to investors in order to green our economy. As you know, the EU is also putting a strong focus on the digital agenda. We have an ambitious plan to digitalize Europe. We want to create a single market for data as a key driver of the digital economy. By 2030, at least 80% of all European adults should have basic digital skills. We also want to increase the share of companies to use cloud computing services, big data and artificial intelligence. And Europe plans to have its first quantum computer by 2030. This is not just lip service. We are putting our money where our mouth is. At least 20% of the next generation EU budget will go to digitalization. We want to promote investments in cutting-edge technologies that will benefit the economy and the society alike. And there will be additional funding to keep up the momentum. But in an interconnected world, you cannot go digital on your own. Supply chains are key. Just take our trade relationship as an example. In 2020, almost 42% of products imported from Taiwan to the EU were ICT products. There is no digital economy without ICT products, in particular the state-of-the-art chips. The recent shortages have halted production in the automotive sector, for example. This was yet another reminder of how essential chips have become for many of the products we use. But producing a sophisticated semiconductor chip is complex, expensive, and requires world-leading technologies and very precise planning. While Europe owns some of the most advanced technologies, many state-of-the-art chips are manufactured in Asia today. With the European Chips Act, Europe will step up its efforts to increase production. But we also want to cooperate with our like-minded partners, including Taiwan. Not only because Taiwan excels in the production of semiconductors, but also because technology is ultimately a question of security. We want the EU's digital agenda to be shaped together with our like-minded partners and according to our common values. In this context, we have identified 6 strategic priority areas for our policies: raw materials, batteries, active pharmaceutical ingredients, hydrogen, semiconductors, and cloud and edge technologies. Soon we will launch a second stage of reviews focusing on products, services or technologies that are key to the twin transitions, such as renewables, energy storage and cybersecurity. All this means abundant new opportunities. European and Taiwanese companies can combine their expertise and resources, both driving and benefiting from the digital and green revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by inviting you to go Europe. I believe Europe is a unique place for investment. Our economy is back in motion. We expect EU GDP to grow by almost 5% in 2021 and 2022. And we are doing what it takes to turn the challenges of the 21st century into bright opportunities. So let us join forces and work together on the big challenges of our time, based on our shared values. Let's shape the future together. And let's start today. We look forward to welcoming you and your companies. I wish you fruitful and inspiring discussions at the 2021 European Investment Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General Vayan, for your wonderful presentation. 我们谢谢总署长带来精彩的分享。Now we will move on to Session 1, EU Investment Policy and Regulatory Landscape. 接下来进入主题1，欧盟投资政策与法规。There are 3 presentations in this session, so please keep the presentation within 15 minutes each. The microphone will be muted when the time is up, so please watch the time. 本场次一共有3个主题，每个主题有15分钟的时间。时间到，主办单位将会将麦克风静音，所以请各位注意时间的掌握。 First of all, please welcome Ms. Marit Clausen, Head of Unit of L1 Coordination with the EIB Group, EBRD and IFI's Directorate General for Economic and Financial Affairs, European Commission. 首先欢迎欧盟执委会经济金融事务总署、欧洲投资银行、欧洲复兴开发银行及国际金融组织事务协调小组负责人 Marit Clausen 女士。Her topic is better investment in the EU for our shared future. 她要演讲的主题是前进欧盟，投资我们共同的未来。Please welcome Ms. Clausen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marit Clausen, and I'm happy to be speaking to you today, representing the European Commission's Director General for Economic and Financial Affairs, and to open the panel on EU investment policy and regulatory landscape. A week ago, the European Commission hosted its first ever annual EU Sustainable Investment Summit. The impressive speakers list included United Nations dignitaries, royals, global business leaders, and central bankers, sharing their thoughts on how to mobilize the capital of the world to battle climate change. The aim of the summit was to inspire trailblazing sustainable investment in Europe and globally. The President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, in her opening address observed the rise of a global climate conscience that is transforming the world of investment. As she put it, investors, big or small, want to know that their investment will do no harm to our planet and demand that their money contributes to the fight against climate change. They want to invest with purpose. This change of mindset puts the focus on green recovery. At the same time, unprecedented levels of funding are available from public sources to bolster our economies and counter the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. In Europe, the Commission launched the EU's recovery plan in the spring of 2020. It contained a €2 trillion stimulus package and authorized unprecedented economic stimulus measures at national levels, designed to rebuild the EU economy by creating opportunities and jobs for a greener, more digital and more resilient Europe. As part of the recovery plan, Next Generation EU will dedicate €800 billion to financing the needs of the member states' investments and reforms through the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the InvestEU program. The Recovery and Resilience Facility provides large-scale financial support to investments undertaken by the member states, front-loading their investment-ready projects to speed up the recovery in Europe and reinforce the commitment to the twin transitions, green and digital. But public finance alone will not suffice. The other leg of Next Generation EU, the InvestEU program, is the EU's flagship investment program, providing crucial support to companies and projects. It will mobilize around €370 billion worth of projects, crowding in private investment alongside public to build a greener, more digital and social European economy. Together with the European Green Deal, the EU's growth strategy that sets the objective for Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050, and with the Commission's vision for Europe's digital decade, the recovery plan will reshape the European continent for decades ahead. To achieve this transformation, we need to bring together these large amounts of available funding with the promoters of investment opportunities and with the private investors who want to go green, digital and social. Actually, we already know how to mobilize the EU budget to play a role in this respect, because we have done it before. Let me ask you a question. What does the world's largest steel and mining company, who wants to finance research to reduce its carbon footprint, have in common with a German startup company who builds drones that can be used in search and rescue operations after disasters like the recent floods in Western Europe? Or with a Swedish battery manufacturer specialized in lithium-ion technology for electric vehicles, wanting to build gigafactories in Europe? The answer to what they have in common is that they were all financed by the European Fund for Strategic Investments, also known as EFSI. EFSI was the key component of the investment plan for Europe, launched by the Commission in 2014 as a response to the 2008 financial crisis and the subsequent European sovereign debt crisis. The novelty was that EFSI, managed by the European Investment Bank, could provide a guarantee from the EU budget, which made the projects less risky and thus more attractive to other public and private sector investors, resulting in more funding to investment projects in Europe. And this is exactly the role we expect InvestEU to play, building on the success of EFSI. You will get much more detail on the what and the how of InvestEU from my colleagues later in this panel, but the bottom line is that InvestEU will take on some of the financial risk and uncertainty linked to the launch of investment projects and facilitate their delivery on the ground. It will help create public goods such as climate action, education, social innovation. And now I turn to you, ladies and gentlemen. Taiwanese companies and investors can get in on the action. The EU's green growth model provides the best business case for making the investment projects that will shape the future a reality. We must stand together globally to co-create the projects that make our planet greener, better, and more prosperous. Because pollution does not stop at the borders, because green technologies will improve the quality of life for all, and because educating the world's population is one of the best investments a global society can make. Of course, matching funding and sharing risks is not enough. We also need to ensure that we have the most attractive investment conditions in Europe. We want to make the EU the investment space with the best climate for projects to blossom and investments to thrive. One of the keys to this is reforms in the EU member states, a process that has been accelerated thanks to our recovery plan. All national recovery plans couple investments with reforms adapted to the specific circumstances of the member state. For instance, reform on labor markets, better regulation, e-government, anti-corruption, tackling investment bottlenecks, or cutting red tape and administrative burden for businesses. The reforms will improve the overall business environment and help investments happen faster. We are conscious that Europe's ambition requires efforts at all levels: local, national, and EU. The efforts encompass different policy instruments and involve many actors from the public and private sectors. At EU level, we work to remove investment barriers, such as uncertainty about regulation or taxation that hold back companies from climate-related investments and adoption of digital technologies. Europe is a global leader in green innovation, but there is still a huge potential for doing more. So we have created a new classification for sustainable investments, the EU taxonomy, as a gold standard for investors, helping them to assess whether an investment is truly green. We have put forward proposals for new improved rules on transparency and disclosure of company sustainable information, supporting a system with full trust between businesses and investors who can reassure themselves that there is no greenwashing. We aim to create a fair and predictable EU business tax system that meets public financing needs, but also supports the recovery and the green and digital transitions by creating an environment conducive to fair and sustainable growth and investment. We have set up instruments that provide not only loan finance, but also much needed equity to startups and scale-ups, helping the EU businesses to grow. We provide technical assistance to project promoters, and we raise awareness of investment projects for investors. For instance, under the InvestEU Advisory Hub and the InvestEU portal. We help originating pipelines of high-quality investable projects together with industry and scientific communities. For instance, as part of the EU's single market strategy and our industrial strategy, we have set up alliances such as the European Battery Alliance and the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance that bring together the Commission, EU national authorities, industry, and the research community. Many hundreds of companies participate in these alliances to build up robust pipelines of innovative investable projects along the sustainable value chains. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I have given you a taste of what the EU has done and will do to ensure there are plenty of purposeful investment opportunities in Europe. The decisive action the EU took to counter the fallout of the pandemic for the European economy has paid off, paving the way for investments that will enable the transition from the pandemic to normality in the short term and to carbon neutrality in the long term. Together, let us invest in hope and in the promise of a better future for us all, for the next generation, for our planet, and for our children. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a fruitful and thought-provoking afternoon and look forward to seeing you later in the panel discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Clausen, for your wonderful presentation. Our next speaker is Mr. Paulson Zeng, Partner and Chief Digital Officer of Global Structuring Services, PwC. 下一位讲者是资诚联合会计师事务所全球税务服务职业会计师及数位长曾博生先生。He will talk about EU legal framework, tax and financial scheme. 他要分享的主题是欧盟的投资法框架、税务以及财务规划。Please welcome Mr. Zeng.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, host. So it's my pleasure to share with all of you that some of the recent update of the EU legal and tax and financial scheme. Maybe next page. Not sure whether I can. Sorry, can the slide move to the next page?
Could you please control? 可不可以麻烦请我们的讲者由您这边来操控？可不可以麻烦请您播放到全荧幕的形式？谢谢。
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. 1 second. Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay.
Yes,
I hope
you.
Everybody can see.
Thank you very much. It's working.
Yes. Perfect. Right. So I think EU, just like the prior presentation, has laid out the tax scheme or the tax framework for the 21st century, and it's maybe grouped into 3 parts. And firstly is to promote a fair taxation, and because that COVID-19 has triggered all the government to put a lot of let's say physical resources to support business, and so I think the EU is more focusing on promoting the tax system to give all the governments more fiscal resources, and that leads to the global tax reform. I'm sure that everybody heard of this new digital taxation and the global minimum tax, which has already reached a global consensus, and this will fundamentally change a lot of tax system for the future. And now I think EU also focus more on the transparency of the tax scheme, and so I think for business going to do business, Taiwanese business going to do business in EU, we must understand that we have to have higher transparency standards in terms of our financial information. And obviously, EU is more focusing on create an equitable and stable business environment. The second part is to focus on efficient taxation and support business. And so I think they're building a system where that the business will have a single corporate tax rule book for the whole EU region. So it's not going to be different in every country. We'll have more, let's say, a harmonious system. And in order to support business to, let's say, reduce the debt, and typically a lot of time that we see companies using a lot of debt financing in order to gain more tax benefits, and EU is going to change the system so that the equity financing can be more favored. Also, to help business to go in through this difficult time of COVID, it would have the system to help the business to allow loss carry forward back, and so you can have some cash benefit. And the green environment and sustainable environment is also a key. So EU is going to introduce this CBAM, Energy Taxation Directive Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism in 2026. So that's also another big change. Maybe just quick intro of this global tax reform. Basically, it's going to be two pillars, and pillar one is talking about to ask the biggest and most profitable companies among the world, around 100 companies, to allocate some of the residual profit to different market jurisdiction or market countries. And therefore, this can sort of reallocate the profit of this big multinational to different governments or different countries so that they can have more fiscal revenue to support business during this difficult COVID-19 situation. And so I think that's the basis for pillar one. And pillar two is talking about global minimum tax. And this is to ensure that all the companies above certain size need to pay the minimum tax of 15%. And so this it's going to stop companies to do very aggressive tax planning and to enjoy unreasonable or unfair tax benefit. And this is one of the important change we're going to see, and it's going to be implemented in 2023. The carbon border adjustment mechanism is also very important measure is going to take by EU. And so EU's target is to have 55% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030. And so for Taiwanese companies, I think we oftentimes do not have very advanced concept of this, carbon tax system. I think so starting from 2023 to 2025, if we are companies are going to import goods into EU, they have to report the carbon emissions. And after 2026, you have to also pay certain carbon emission tax. So that's a big change, and we all need to prepare for that. And the initial application will be only start from certain type of goods like cement, like iron and steel, and so on. And I think another concept for tax or legal are important is this free trade agreement. And so far, Taiwan does not have free trade agreement with EU, and I think that would be a very let's say important maybe future development that we can have between Taiwan and EU. But so far, I think for Taiwanese business, because we are more export oriented, we use a lot of different countries to manufacture products, ship into EU. And so here you can see all the relevant free trade agreements or free trade network, right? And so in the middle, the smaller circle, you see the 10 ASEAN countries, and there is an ASEAN free trade agreement. And oftentimes, I think Taiwanese businesses have manufacturing sites in Malaysia, in Vietnam, in Thailand, and so on, and Philippines, and so on, right? And then the wider circle in yellow is the RCEP network. So it's let's say China, Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, plus 10 ASEAN countries. And I think we all know that Taiwan is working very hard to join CPTPP, where you see a lot of intersection with RCEP and ASEAN. And so I think the quick takeaway is you see the country of Vietnam, Singapore, Malaysia, and Brunei in the middle of all this free trade agreement network. And that's exactly, I think, a lot of Taiwanese business is going to use. And I think important thing to mention is that Vietnam also has a free trade agreement with EU. And so we can observe some of the Taiwanese business using this network to, let's say, make their supply chain more tax friendly. So that's another important concept for people to understand. Obviously, we are all under this COVID-19 environment, just like the host said, that it's going to be with us maybe for the next months, for the future years. And basically for tax and legal, because of the COVID, I think we are all under different turbulence for our business. And so how do you adjust your tax arrangement or your profit allocation under this COVID is one important topic. And the cash flow are now very important for all the business. And so when you invest into Europe, you must consider how to make your cash flow has higher flexibility. And every country are now talking about decentralized supply chain or self-sufficient supply chain. So maybe we're going to make products in EU and supply to EU. For doing that, I think you need to have the right tax and legal structure to support such decentralized supply chain. So what kind of company you're going to set up, and what kind of holding structure you're going to have, and what kind of incentive that you can apply under such supply chain. And then obviously the COVID situation, a lot of governments provide relief program, and the companies must understand all these rules to make sure that you can enjoy those relief programs as necessary. And I think that I lay out here 5 most important EU countries or European countries that Taiwanese business often operates. That includes Germany, Netherlands, UK, Italy, and Czech Republic, and all the major industries among those countries, just for everybody's information. And for the tax system of these 5 different countries, I think you can see the corporate tax rate is around 20% to 30%, and the VAT rate is much higher than Taiwanese VAT rate, which is 5% for us, but it's mostly over 20% in EU. But oftentimes they are refundable because it's business to business supply chain. And I think the important concept is that when you import goods into EU, you need to pay VAT. And there are some EU countries providing longer relief or a deferral of VAT, which can provide some of the benefit to the company. And that includes like Netherlands and Czech Republic, which I also observe a lot of Taiwanese company will use as appropriate. And Taiwan has 33 treaty networks in the world, but with EU, I think we have the best treaty networks. And there are 14 treaty networks with European countries. And we know that EU only have 27 countries, so we actually have treaty with most of the EU countries. And I think all the important EU countries partnering with Taiwan, we have treaty with. So like Germany, like UK, and like Netherlands and Italy and stuff, and so on. So I think the treaty networks, it's really beneficial for Taiwanese business to operate in EU. And this is sort of a typical structure that we see. The Taiwanese set up a headquarter on the parent company level and has some level of holding company to build up European companies and doing maybe manufacturing or sales or R&D. And under different kinds of business models, you might have different tax or legal issues. And I lay out here just for everybody's information. For instance, like if you're doing trading in EU, then you need to worry and think about the transfer pricing issue, because you might, sell products from the headquarters to the European sales companies. You need to think about the intangible property issue, like because you're going to have maybe marketing intangible in EU and how to structure that. And you will have hub or goods store in different parts of EU. And so you might need to handle the custom duty, the VAT issues. And also you will have salespeople, let's say, traveling around EU. So, all the immigration issue and also the tax permanent establishment issue will be important to handle. So under your different kinds of business models, you do need to focus and understand different tax and legal issues we lay out here. And so this is just an example. So in the interest of time, maybe I'll jump through this. Okay, so I think I'm running out of time. The last page I just want to share with you. So the EU is a common, let's say, tariff area where you don't need to pay tariff if you move goods from one EU country to another EU country. But there are quite a challenging VAT system where I see a lot of Taiwanese company try to adapt to. But I think we have a lot of support that we can help business to navigate through the systems. So I think with that, I will conclude today's presentation. I hope it's helpful for everybody, and happy to take more questions or share more during the panel session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zeng, for your wonderful sharing. The speakers for the next presentation are Mr. Filippo Monasteri, Team Leader for Social Investment, InvestEU and Financial Institutions Directorate of Directorate General for Economic and Financial Affairs, European Commission, and Mr. Drazen Budimir, Policy Officer of DG ECFIN, European Commission. 接下来两位讲者是来自欧盟执委会经济金融事务总署投资欧盟暨金融组织局社会投资团队负责人 Filippo Monasteri 先生，以及欧盟执委会经济金融事务总署 InvestEU 政策官员 Drazen Budimir 先生。They will talk about investment opportunities start here, introductions of the InvestEU program. 主题是投资欧盟机会起始点 ，The InvestEU 投资欧盟专案计划简介。Please welcome Mr. Monasteri and Mr. Budimir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Filippo Munisteri. I work in the European Commission, DG Economic and Financial Affairs. Thank you for having me here today. I'm going to introduce you to the InvestEU program, which is one of the largest programs we have for the coming 7 years here in the European Union. I will be here today together with my colleague Dražen Budimir, who will be hosted in your panel later on today. And now, without much ado, I will disappear and jump to my slides. So, here you go. So the InvestEU program is a very large program based on a EU budgetary guarantee of 26 billion, which will run from 2021 until 2027. The idea of the fund is to have a fund that brings together all the different financial instruments that had been created at various moments in time in the European Union, and which are now federated under a single fund, which is based on this 26 billion EU budgetary guarantee. The idea of the fund is to mobilize around 307 billion in additional investment across the European Union, of which 30% will contribute to the climate objectives that we have. And this is a very important dimension for us. Is embedded in the Green Deal and in the Paris Climate Agreements. And we have a very important focus also on the strategic investments incorporated under the various policy windows, which I'm going to explain to you in a moment. The InvestEU program is formed by 3 main components that you can see in the upper part of the slide. We have the InvestEU fund, which is the fund that we use to mobilize public and private investment. We have the EU Advisory Hub, which is the hub which is providing technical assistance and technical advice to specific investment projects that are seeking finance, but also to foster the kind of market building and market creation in segments of market which need support to be strengthened, let's say. And last but not least, we have the InvestEU portal, which is a database that brings together projects and investors, a kind of matchmaking portal that we are developing. When it comes to the financial instruments that are federated under the InvestEU umbrella, you can see them in the central part of the slides. We took the opportunity of the new multi-annual financial framework, the 7-year EU budget, to put together like instruments which were similar in terms of structuring, what we're covering very different policy areas, like, I don't know, transport, for instance, energy, SME support, social infrastructure, and so forth. The result is that we have now a single instrument which makes life very easier for us and for our client, and the instrument is articulated across 4 policy windows which have each their own budget. Those 4 policy windows are the sustainable infrastructure window, the research, innovation and digitization window, the SME window, and the social investment skills window. If we can go to the next slide, this is a little bit of the legacy instrument of the InvestEU program, is the so-called European Fund for Strategic Investment, which was deployed by the European Investment Bank Group from 2014 to the end of 2020. And then InvestEU takes over. The results of the deployment of the Fund for Strategic Investment are very good. As you could see here from the left-hand side of the slide, we exceeded our target of 500 billion of investment mobilized with 446. And we managed to cater very different sectors, from 34% of the budget in the left-hand column that went to SMEs, to 26% to R&DI, 15% to energy and so forth. And as you can see on the map on the right-hand side, is for us a very good policy. Is a very good policy news, let's say, that this money helped companies and projects which are more in the periphery of Europe, let's say, and in countries which were seriously affected by the last financial crisis. So this is the basis on which InvestEU is funded. But coming back to the present, those are the four policy windows that I showed you before, each of them which its own relevant budget. As you can see, the largest being the sustainable infrastructure window, which enjoys around 10 billion euros in EU guarantee, followed by the other windows. And it's very important to know also that since InvestEU as such doesn't have any geographical earmarking, so there is no money earmarked for like France or Germany or so forth. So all the projects compete in a pan-European arena, let's say. It's also important to note that there is a link to the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which are our funds that are like feeding the National Recovery Plan for the COVID crisis. And here we give the opportunity to member states to use part of this money to provision the InvestEU guarantee in a kind of compartment which is dedicated only to that member state. So money that would come, for instance, from the National Recovery Plan of France would end up financing projects and activities in France in that case. And this being more the exception to the rule, which is no geographical allocation. How does it work in InvestEU? The European Commission, as such, we are not a bank, so we are using what we call implementing partners, which are public banks which convey our guarantee to the market. And when I say implementing partner, it's very relevant to know that the European Investment Bank Group, European Investment Bank and European Investment Fund will still retain a very important role, and as they will be entitled to deploy 75% of the 26 billion of guarantees. And on the top of that, we will have a number of implementing partners that will be either international financial institutions like the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, for instance, or national promotional bank of institutions, which are the public banks, the public development banks of the member states. Now, the implementing partners can do essentially two things, either like give direct financing, direct loans, for instance, to the market, so reaching directly the final beneficiaries, or they can use financial intermediaries such as commercial banks, microfinance providers, venture capital funds, and so be it, in an intermediated manner. So in that case, we would have indirect operations, and those can do then financing to like other final recipients. And this is the financial intermediated manner is very like common, for instance, for the financing of SMEs. All the projects that we are going to finance at the end of the day and the final recipients had to be placed under an operation under one of the investment windows of InvestEU. What will the European guarantee cover? So we give a guarantee to our implementing partners, then the implementing partners can use it to cover either debt products, equity and quasi-equity products, or counter guarantees, for instance. And in that case, if the project doesn't go well, we can cover with our guarantees a number of items related to the project in question, such as, I don't know, losses from currency fluctuation or restructuring losses in the case of debt products and so forth. Now I will spend just a few moments on the InvestEU Advisory Hub. So the InvestEU Advisory Hub, it provides a little bit the support for the origination of the pipeline. It's very important for us that if the European Commission has to be involved in those projects have to be additional. So they have to be projects that wouldn't otherwise see the light, basically. And hence, some of those projects might need preparation from the advisory hub. And the advisory hub for the InvestEU program is also based on the advisory hub that is already in place for the European Fund for Strategic Investments. So even here we are building, let's say, on an existing infrastructure, and we are expanding it to cater for other policy areas which were not included under EFSI. So the advisory hub can play a different number of roles. So from support to capacity building for promoters and authorities to leveraging local knowledge. It's very important to go local within the EU, for instance, to overcome the language barriers that you might have once you go out of, let's say, large corporate or mid-caps which have the horsepower to deal directly with us. The local dimension is very important to us. And they facilitate, for instance, the aggregation of smaller projects, the bundling of smaller projects into larger operations. And then I will spend the last words perhaps on the InvestEU portal, which might be very useful for investors which are based in Taiwan. And the idea of the InvestEU portal is indeed to bring together the promoters and the investors. The EU promoters can showcase their project on the InvestEU portal. There is a kind of preliminary legal check that we are doing before hosting a project on our portal. But the fact that the project is on our portal doesn't really necessarily mean that this project is going to get financing from the EIB or any of our other implementing partners. But it's very good for the project promoter to get known and to be, let's say, visible to potential investors. And here, I mean, these other slides gives you an idea of how rich the portal is. You can search through multiple functions by geography, by sectors, and so forth. And this my presentation comes to a conclusion, and I'll just leave you with a few useful links in case you want to know more about the InvestEU program, or you want to access the InvestEU portal, which is already operational, or the third link refers to the general access to finance website for the European Union. So in case you want to know about financing opportunities that go beyond InvestEU grants, for instance. And so with this, I really thank you for your attention, and I wish you a nice continuation of the workings. Thanks a lot, and goodbye.
Thank you to the speakers for the wonderful presentations. Now we will take a break, and please be back at 2:35. 2:35。再次感谢讲者精彩的分享。接下来我们休息一下，请各位贵宾于2点35分、2点35准时回来，谢谢。 Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. 各位贵宾，欢迎回来。Now we will enter Session 2, Digital Europe and Investment Opportunities. 接下来进入主题2，数位欧洲与投资机会。There are 3 presentations in this session. Please keep each presentation within 15 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the time is up, so please watch the time. 本场次一共有3个主题，每个主题有15分钟的时间。时间到，主办单位将会将麦克风静音，麻烦请注意您的时间掌握。The speakers for the next presentation are Mr. Eric Lin, General Manager of Wistron Infocom Czech, and Ms. Stephanie Xu, Manager of Chinese Services Group, Deloitte Central Europe Service Center. 我们下一组简报的讲者是伟创资通股份有限公司捷克厂区林耀辉总经理，以及勤业众信捷克外商服务部徐婉容经理。They will talk about how a Taiwanese company deploys its EU investment to adopt digitalization. 他们要分享的主题是投资欧盟，掌握数位商机，台湾企业的策略与观点。让我们欢迎林总经理以及徐经理。 好，我们有请林总经理，麻烦请将您的麦克风打开。So please turn on your microphone. Thank you, and also your camera. 我麻烦请林总经理将您的麦克风以及这个镜头打开，谢谢。
Okay. Good afternoon, Taiwan. Good morning, EU and Dobrano, Czech Republic. It's my pleasure to share the EU investment with some cases that with some investment in EU. So today's sections, I would like to share two major sections, and I would like to invite the co-speaker, Deloitte, Stephanie, to share the cash grant for to supporting the digital EU and also the ESG activity. So, today I would like to spend about 10 minutes to share, it could be challenging to share the activity of the wisdom check in EU and also about the ESG and the digital transformation. In a brief, the wisdom check established in the 2007, it's about the 14th year already. We are based in Brno, the second largest city in Czech Republic. At this moment, we have 2 buildings, and we are doing the data center business, cloud computing, CTO business. The majority is more for the digital product. And we have now over 500 employees. We have 4 clients. Speaking of the wisdom check, and we need to understand where we are. So first, we are based in Brno. Maybe people know more about the product from Taiwan, but Brno is the second largest city. The population is about 400,000 people. And actually, this is the city of university because we have here almost 90,000 of students here. So you can see on the street, actually, this is very young city. And this is also very important for the investment factor because there are a lot of talent pool. But also important, you can see from the photo here. Actually, I want to take in the chance to share here. It's also important to understand the climate because later we will talk about the ESG. And in Brno, in Czech Republic, in Europe, it's actually very clear 4 seasons. You can see from the spring, the summer, the autumn, and also the winter. The winter is pretty cold in Czech Republic. It can be -10 to -15. So this is actually a very important factor also for the energy saving and how to manage the ESG. So I will address some in the end of the presentations. So here you can see this is the overview of our company here. We have 2 buildings, the 44,000 square meter and the 22,000 square meter. It's not too small, and actually nearby the Brno here, we have our international airport, and also the company here is very close to the highway. And at this moment, we are making the product for the cloud computing product and also the server product. And also in the near future, we are also planning the switching product, 5G product. So for more detail, actually, I will not address the product too much because today we'll share more about the digital transformation and also the ESG activity here. So I think that we do not need to speak about how important the digitalization is, how important it is, because actually now we are having the workshop form actually by online, so it's by the digital way. So the behavior of the communication, everything, the business, the supply chain, everything has changed after the COVID. Even without COVID, this is pretty important. So I believe that each company have their own plan for the industry 4.0 digitalization plan, the roadmap, and we are also based on the entire company system, and we have the roadmap. So I will make it closer that for the wisdom check portion, we have an initiative, and also I want to take a chance to share some use case in our digital transformation. And here in this past 2 years, we focus a lot in the smart factory and the smart workplace. For the smart factory, actually, it's needed to make efficient of the operation. So it including the IoT, 3D printing, layout, everything, simulation, MR, this kind of the technology to apply to facilitate the production efficiency. But at the same time, it's also pretty important that how the people work and how our employees work and how we communicate, the work behavior, many things. So we name it as a smart workplace. And there are a lot of initiatives to make sure that we are working in a smart way and also to make operation efficiency for the global operation. And for sure, we are also focusing on the study stage for the AI. And I would take some use cases here later on to share how we do in the digital transformation. And then I will share the ESG. In the last pages, I will share how the EU policy and also the incentive program and how can we apply to align with this direction, and also we get an incentive. And here, actually, that I cannot enter the factory because due to the protection of the product information, today I will use different way to share what we are doing here, and actually we use the virtual factory. So here, first, that we are focusing a lot of the simulation capability to make, when we are planning the business, when we are planning in response to the change of product or even the layout, we establish the capability to do the virtualization of the factory. And also we can do all simulation and all the required consideration before the factory is physically deployed. So this is some of the example. This is happening before. If you come now, actually it's physically like this now, but this is planned in our plan stage, and you can see this one. And here, for the smart workplace, as I said, that here by nature it's an operation. So there are a lot of information required. There are a lot of systems. So we focus on a lot of integrate the data lake, this kind of integrate information. So in the production hall and also in the workplace in your office, the information is pretty important because that we need to change the way of the meeting. For example, we don't call meeting for asking for information then comment. It turns out that sometimes the efficiency of meeting sometimes is spend a lot of time in getting the information, and the comment portion or the detailed discussion is not that long. So the vision is that to enabling the information transparency. So you can see that we have a smart workplace, the dashboard, everything, and a lot of application by the microservice to develop and have a small app to manage the factory and manage the office. Okay. Another use case I would like to share is a digital twin. This is in the conceptual stage we are developing. For example, we take this use case. For example, this is the data testing server room, and there are a lot of integrated testing which will take long. And for the data testing room, we speak about the energy consumption. In reality, if we run the data center business, almost 60% of the all energy is consumed during this stage. So it's pretty important to understand that what is the efficiency of the environmental setting and also the management of the energy. So the intention is that to establish the digital twin, go through our virtual factory, and on the spot when you see the information, we can connect into the real-time information of that particular location. And in the testing area, we also apply the MR. And here is some example that during the technician or the engineer is working in the rack testing area, and we apply for the MR, which can be the remotely communicate and also the draw informations during they are working on. So that can be very interactive. This is used here and also used in the value analysis or new product introductions together with the customer or together inside the team across the globe. So this is some of the use cases that we are applying in our factory as an example. And here, actually, also very important, the digitalization. Another concept is a simulation. And here I will quickly share that there are a lot of also software investment. We're talking about digital, and there are a lot of tool and also the capability we establish to do the simulate and also simulate the process to make sure before it's deployed and for the many parameters can be optimized. And also, of course, that I will also mention that investment is one thing, but it comes back to the point, it's you need talent. So invest in there. Another factor is pretty important. As I addressed here, we have almost 90,000 of university students. So this is actually giving the opportunity for us to have a local talent, and also with the COP support. So here we can enable a lot of initiative in automation, digital area, and this is this is more about the simulation. This is before it realized, we already can discuss and also the assess and also the review the ROI before deploy to that. Okay, and here actually digital transformation is one thing, but as I say that energy here is pretty cool. The energy consumption is, the green deal of the Europe, and the energy GHG, everything we are now addressing. It's to reduce and also go to the green, and reduce the energy consumption in, as I mentioned, the 60% actually is happening here, as you can see from this photo. Maybe I'll let it play. In this photo, you can see there are 60% of energy here. So we also apply for a lot of the project try to do the heat recycle, because here in the winter it's so cold, and also we are generating the waste heat from the testing room. So this is pretty important that for the investment, it's also important thing is to the climate, also to the social, to society. I want to end by this small video is that not only for the digital transformation, not only for the ESG, not only for the investment, the very important thing is coming to Europe to invest. The reality is that we are in the environment, it's in the place where you establish the operation, and the society you are joining. So I take a short video clip to share with you that the company here is already long. So we do a lot of activity to join the social responsibility, the community participation, and also the contribute to the charity and also green activity, a lot of stuff. It needs to be like that, because it's not only invest, you will operate that, and also you develop together with the company, develop with the talent here, and also to have a better life. Actually, eventually, all the policy, all the direction is to give the people a better life here. So that is about the wisdom check activity here in terms of digital transformation and also about the ESG. So I hope such a short time can give you an overview for the wisdom check operation here. So now I would like to invite and introduce our co-speaker, because all this investment need money. So they are, but not because of the incentive we do. We do and align with the policy. So the government is supporting, or the state or the EU is supporting. So how to apply for that? Let's talk about the cash grant in Czech Republic, the use case. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. And we can speak more in the discussion panel. Thank you. And I would like to invite Stephanie. Stephanie?
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you very much, our 林总经理，非常感谢您的分享。Thank you, Eric. And now we would like to invite our second speaker, Ms. Stephanie Xu, Manager of Chinese Services Group of Deloitte Central Europe Service Center, to give us a presentation. 我们就邀请勤业中信捷克外商服务部徐总经理，请为我们分享，有请。麻烦请徐经理。
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, the moderator. I believe that you can see my presentation now, right?
And see your slides.
Perfect. This is Stephanie Xu from Deloitte, Czech Republic. Greetings from Prague, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I will be briefly talking about the selected cash grants especially focused in digitalization and the green opportunities. Why now is the good timing? Because the EU just opened several programs for operational programs, for national recovery plan, and the modernization. And altogether, if we would take Czech Republic as an example, there are more than 35 billion euro for the one member state.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you please enlarge your screen? 可不可以麻烦请您播放您的投影片，进入播放模式 ？OK, thank you. 谢谢。
Thanks for the reminding. So as I was mentioned, that there are more than 35 billion euro allocated for the Czech Republic. And here I just use Czech Republic as an example to give you the key information, what you need to know in evaluating and before applying any programs. The logic and also the rule and even the condition could be very similar to apply other member states. But please, you do need to verify and check carefully about the condition. If we are talking about the digitalization focus, as Eric mentioned, that if any enterprise, you would like to improve your external or internal process, for example, for manufacturing, for your admin, HR, or even for your marketing, that you need to acquire, purchase software, or even rendered, let's say the rendered some services, or to purchase certain equipment. This could be so-called recognized as the eligible cost, which could be potentially supported by the grants. The grants are giving in the format of cash. And here are the key conditions you definitely need to know. Firstly, the supported area. 80% of the grants are supported outside of the capital. In Czech Republic, meant outside of Prague. So you have to make sure that your planned location or destination are in the supported area. And the type of the public aid, as I mentioned, it's in cash format, like cash. And what would be the percentage or the amount given to support? It could be from 25% to 60, 70 or higher percentage. And usually are calculated on CAPEX or OPEX base. And the one more information you need to know is that all the grants have specific time of opening meant to receive application. So when we are suggesting our client, you better have longer investment plan, for example, for 2 to 5 years. And once the specific grant or program opened that you are interested, then you are able to act timely. Here we can also see in the screen that the different program, as I mentioned, has different opening time. It could be in the last quarter of 2021. It could be in the first quarter of 2022. So this is, for example, for the digitalization program. And the similar logic apply to the energy and environment and even in mobility. And here we also have R&D and other programs. So here are the key conditions that you need to know before you evaluate and before you, let's say, to apply any grants. And the one more information is that each project could be supported by one program, or let's say one way of public finance or public aid. if your project is like a really big one, so then I think it's worth to discuss if we could somehow separate the program into different phases, and then we could, find the best programs to support the activity. So that's the key takeaways for today from my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much to our speakers for the wonderful presentations. Now we would like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Thomas Noren, Head of Dedicated Networks Business of Ericsson. 我们下一位邀请到的讲者是爱立信专用网络业务事务部总经理 Thomas Noren 先生。他要分享的主题是企业数位转型下一阶段专用网络。He will talk about next step in digitalization, private networks. Please welcome Mr. Noren.
Thank you very much. Let me just check if you can hear me properly. I assume that's a yes. Yes. Okay, so while I'm loading my presentation, as you can hear...
Sorry, excuse me, could you please share your slides? Sorry, we cannot see that.
Can you see the slides now?
Not yet. Could you please try again?
Maybe it takes a while.
Yes, now we can see it. Thank you very much.
Now we can see. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Thomas Noren. I'm head of dedicated networks at Ericsson. As you could hear from Stephanie, EU is very supportive of digitalization of its industries. And that, of course, requires that you have an underlying infrastructure in enterprises that can secure the connectivity between all the different devices that are connected. The fundamental technology for this is wireless technology, and 5G is the next generation mobile technology that wasn't only designed to enhance the performance and capabilities of smartphones and tablets and the things that we use every day now. It was also designed to enable digitalization of industries and society at large. When we started research and standardization of 5G more than 10 years ago, we were frankly a little bit surprised to see that so many companies that we at Ericsson normally don't have so much contact with, industrial companies, mining companies, port operators, from many different industries, they came to us and said, we really need your technology. We cannot come as far as we would like to do in our digitalization to become more competitive with the available technologies. So 5G was really designed to enable this digitalization. If we start, if I may start on a little bit on a global scale, you can see that there are very strong drivers for building private networks where the enterprises own or at least partly control their networks. There are different setups for this. One is that many companies have legacy networks built on private mobile radio systems like walkie-talkie systems, or have tried to do things with Wi-Fi but realized that it's very hard to build coverage with Wi-Fi. And many of those systems are old, and many companies want to modernize those networks to become more competitive, to be able to introduce video, have modern devices, and do more advanced digitalization projects. So there is an installed base of networks already that need modernization, and when you do that modernization, you of course want to introduce the latest 4G and 5G technologies to enable the digitalization of industries. Another important driver is that the standardization of our mobile networks, 4G and 5G networks, is done through an organization called 3GPP. And much of the work in 3GPP now, and this is thousands of companies that participate and contribute IPR to 3GPP, much of the work there is focused on capabilities that enable digitalization of industries. We are talking about capabilities to have very, very, very short response times. So you can have robot-to-robot communication. You can have support for augmented reality or virtual reality, which again requires very, very short latency, as we say in our industry. We are introducing technologies that increases bandwidths enormously, so you can support very high capacity video streams. We are introducing predictive communication in a much stricter sense. So if you are in environments where there are humans and machines interacting with each other, like in a factory shop floor, for example, you avoid any risk to the personnel because you have such a short reaction time between the robot and the human being. We're also seeing a key aspect for mobile networks, is private or public, is that you need to run on a certain spectrum. Today, most spectrum and the most valuable spectrum is owned and controlled by mobile operators. This is to secure that you get maximum usage of that limited natural resource. But increasingly, we also see that governments are allocating parts of the spectrum to enterprises to enable them to start their digitalization journeys. We think that's more of a catalyst because we think that operators still have a very important role to play when it comes to digitalization of society at large. And lastly, we see that the ecosystem is maturing with more and more 5G users. Luckily, here we can piggyback on the uptake of 5G smartphones. Now there are hundreds of millions of 5G smartphone users in the world. And of course, that drives economies of scale for ASICs and key components that are required also to build gateways and devices that you connect more in industry environments. So strong trends towards this. Now, why do companies want to do that? Well, do build these private networks? Well, of course, it's about increased efficiency. It's about improving worker safety, and it's about having less negative impact on the environment in many ways. We can save a lot of energy by having all equipment connected in a factory, for example, and be able to turn it off as soon as it's not used anymore. We can increase user employee safety by having them always connected. We have examples, for example, in the mining industry, where we see huge benefits to worker safety if we can connect equipment and miners. And the same thing for other hazardous environments like ports, for example. And of course, we can increase productivity massively by digitizing our operations. What we are talking about here is what enterprises need for their local environment, their confined environment. Of course, you also want to connect much of the equipment that you have produced once it leaves the factory. But I'm now talking about the needs in the local environment, in the factory or in the port or in the airport or in the mine or in the energy plant or on the offshore rig. So luckily, we see that many enterprises here have common needs. Of course, they want to have very high performance connectivity. They want to have high bandwidth, but they also want to connect for video, for example, but they also want to connect sensors that have very limited need for throughput. They don't send so much data, but they want to be always connected and reached everywhere, wherever you put them. You want to have indoor coverage in the factory, but you also want to cover the storage places outside the factory, or you want to cover an entire port. So both indoor and outdoor. You want to have very, very short latency or response times, as well as very, very high reliability, something that's very difficult to achieve with Wi-Fi, for example. So these are things, technical requirements that we at Ericsson and in the telecom industry are very, good at building, and we have long experience, and we are further enhancing the technology through improved standards in these fields. But we also see a second requirement. Many enterprises need to have a very close integration with their operations. They want to be able to see and operate the network. They want to, of course, provision new devices, connect new things as they see fit. They want it to have operating in the IT/OT environment that they are familiar with. They want to have the flexibility and the right to choose which are the applications you want to connect to which servers. They don't want to be locked into this. Lastly, they want a very high degree of simplicity. They don't want to worry about the connectivity. They want to have clear SLA, service level agreements for that. They want to have a very simple upgrade and update process. Pretty much as you get now with your smartphone, you get the window of opportunity to upgrade your device. You pick that window and it should go smoothly. In these cases, they want that process to work even smoother, I would say. And they want to have a great degree of simplicity and peace of mind. To ensure that, they want to have one neck to choke if something goes wrong, and for the connectivity piece. Ericsson is using already these technologies in our own factories. So, for example, our factory in Louisville, Texas, which is recognized as a lighthouse factory by the World Economic Forum. We have digitalized our processes, so we have digital twins of the key production steps. Our technicians can interact with that with the production line through augmented reality, where they, as they work with the process improvements, can see the actual data and historical data of the production process, for example. We have the automatic guided vehicles connected to a private network that we built in the factory together with one of the leading US operators, and so it's very integrated in the way we run our factory. So we can see huge productivity gains. Now, of course, there are other alternatives than 5G. Maybe the most obvious technology alternative is Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is a great technology, but there are limitations in terms of the combination of both supporting short response times, legacy, as well as high reliability. If you want to have both of those for the more advanced use cases, you need to go 4G or preferably 5G, where you really can get very, very short latency and high reliability at the same time. That's how the technology is defined. Then, of course, with 4G and 5G, you can have, it's much easier to build coverage because you have different output power capabilities with those technologies on licensed spectrum. That's not the technology difference, that's more a matter of what kind of spectrum you are using. So Ericsson has developed a system which we call Ericsson Private 5G. So this is basically, we've taken the best of our technologies from our large mobile networks, but we have adopted them and for an enterprise environment. So you still have the full capabilities of the Ericsson radio system, the radio components, so you can build indoor, outdoor, you can build in any environment, any spectrum band, any country, and so forth. You also have an enterprise-friendly management, so we can easily operate this for operators, very scalable and easy to deploy, and now proven with a number of technologies. And this is, I think, also where I think it's important for where we need a lot of more partners, because we, of course, are not alone in building the digitalization of industries. We are opening up for device and hardware makers to introduce 5G or 4G to the devices. We want to work with independent software vendors that develop applications that run on top of our connectivity layer in pretty much the same way as you can run on top for consumers for smartphones. And of course, also for professional services, installation and system integrators, we are opening up and enabling a partner opportunity for our different for the Ericsson private 5G networks. And I think this is a great opportunity where all the innovation and capabilities of Taiwan has a great opportunity to work together with Ericsson in this field. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. 我们谢谢讲者带来非常精彩的演讲。We would also like to remind our participants online, if you have any questions for our speakers, feel free to leave a question or a comment on YouTube. And then in a Q&A session, our moderator will raise the questions for you later. 我们也提醒线上所有与会的观众，我们如果在对刚才的简报有任何的疑问的话，欢迎大家可以直接在 YouTube 的页面留言。待会儿在我们第4个段落，我们会有 Q&A 的时间，有任何的问题都请您直接在 YouTube 的页面上面留言，待会儿主持人会替您发问。So now we will move on to session 3, EU Green Deal and Investment Opportunities. 接下来我们要进入主题3，欧盟绿色新政与投资机会。There are 3 presentations in this session. Please keep each presentation within 15 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the time is up, so please watch the time. 我们这个场次一样也是有3个主题，每一个主题共有15分钟的时间。时间到，主办单位会将麦克风静音，也麻烦请大家注意时间的掌握。那在此也要跟大家宣传一下，我们在今天的活动结束之后，在北中南3个地方，我们都会特别办有这个 road show。我们也非常期待今天线上的与会者，如果想要进一步了解投资欧盟的重要讯息的话，欢迎待会儿我们也会提供更多的讯息给大家。So now moving on, we would like to introduce our next presenter, Mr. Benjamin Landberg, Chief Executive Officer of the Taipei branch at Crédit Agricole Corporate and Investment Bank。我们下一位讲者是东方汇理银行台北分公司执行长白志坚先生。He will talk about carbon neutrality, renewable energy, and the investment and business opportunity, European business perspectives. 他今天要跟大家分享的主题是碳中和以及再生能源的投资潜力与商机，欧洲企业观点。Please welcome Mr. Landberg.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Bonjour à vous tous, ni hao ba. So, a French accent in an EU forum, it's quite usual. Now, a European accent in a sustainable forum, it's even more usual. And part of my presentation will show you the leadership that the EU nation and the EU Commission have made through regulation, and also few examples of implementation that few practitioners like bankers like me or industries have set up in Europe in order to push forward the agenda of decarbonization and how to finance a transition to renewable energy. And as you've heard before, it's a gigantic topic which involves zillions amount of euros to be invested. So if you go into my presentation on the second page, you can go next page. Thank you, next page. I wanted to show you, and for this I'm using the panel of all bond issuers in global market, that actually it's quite fragmented. The largest issuer only has 15% of the market, and they are French national. So the great news is, when you see a pie chart like that, you can think there is granularity. But now when you add on all the various elements of this pie chart and you look at the EU nation, you've got 50% of green bond issuance, which is originating from Europe. And actually, this data is being confirmed when you look on the second pie chart on the right. When you look at the currency, you can see that euro represents 49% of global green bond issuance. So this shows you that from an origination point of view, products are being created in Europe. Having said this, don't take me wrong. As you can see, we have United States, China, UK being part of such initiatives. So this is not just a continental Europe story, and this is definitely a market which is becoming global. But the genesis of the market was definitely in continental Europe. We've looked at the issuer side now. Let's look at the investor side. So if we move to the next page, I've collated together a list of first mover into the green bond market from an asset under management deployment point of view. So as you know now, pretty much all global asset managers in the world are taking into account ESG, environmental, social, or good corporate governance element in their investment decision. That's great, but that's not enough. And what we want is for all these global asset managers to take thematic views, i.e. green bond, social bond views, in order to put dedicated funds which are specialized in this asset class. And as you can see on this file, so European investors were one of the first movers, definitely, and you can see it in 2013 with the like of Mirova. You can also see that Europeans are half of this page, quite nice to see, but you see that amount put in at work on green funds are actually denominated in euro and also in SEK. This illustrates the fact that Nordic nations and principally Sweden were also very early movers in green finance 10 years ago. So great, I've said Europe, but now let's look at the US. The US also had some very early movers, so the like of Eaton Vance Calvert set up a fund in 2013, and a little bit disappointingly so, we can see in APAC, it's a late move, so we can see some players having set up their fund in 2019. Now we are in Taipei, so let's speak local. Great news is, 1 year ago, there was 2 green ETF indexed in the market. I checked last week, there is 36. So we are in this kind of hyperbolic growth now in Asia and specifically here in Taiwan, and I think it's a great news, and I'll show you more examples like this throughout the presentation. So moving on to the next page, I'll be relatively fast because some of my previous panelists spent time, but what's driving us is definitely the European Green Deal. What we, European bank with a global presence, are incentivized to do is financing the transition in a fair manner, i.e. following the European Green Deal. And here I've highlighted a few areas which for us are great to finance, supplying clean, affordable and secure energy. Every time we do a renewable finance project, we secure this objective. And again, here Taiwan, we have, for example, the offshore wind farm industry, which is in our financing, somehow fitting this purpose. We have also mobilizing industry for clean and circular economy. I can tell you, every single of our clients in the industry which call us, they only have one aim: to greenify their supply chain, to make sure, you know, they produce in a cleaner manner, and they want to do the capex necessary to update their production process. And one which I want to highlight for Taiwan, accelerating the shift to sustainable and smart mobility. We are here in a place where the leadership of EV is absolutely crazy. So yes, this is definitely something you guys in Taiwan should definitely surf on. Moving on to the next page. 2 key elements I would like to highlight, I mean, in terms of regulation which have been born in the EU. One is the EU taxonomy. The second one is a push on further disclosure and quantifiable disclosure, which is being made and sponsored by the EU. So the first one, and let's go to the next page, EU taxonomy. What is it? It is thousands of hours which have been put together by experts which have decided to qualify what's green, because between various people you can have 50 shades of green. And we need to make sure that between an issuer and investors, two different banks, what we qualify green is green. And that's why the job of the EU taxonomy is critical in this matter and protect us further from any greenwashing. And all economical activities have been judged towards 6 environmental objectives. So you have the climate change, both through mitigation and adaptation. You also have water and marine resources, the sustainable use of them and their protection. You have, in terms of circular economy, the waste prevention and recycling. You have, after that, pollution prevention and a healthy ecosystem. So all of these objectives have been taken into account in judging all the various activity fields that we've got globally, and they've been put in a taxonomy. And having seen the Excel file, I can tell you it's a gigantic Excel file with hundreds of columns which go very much into the granularity of what's green, what's not green. Key for us, in order to advance and create new product and new financing, we rely on this EU taxonomy, and we know a lot of global regulators which are looking at this taxonomy as definitely a reference element in green finance. Moving on to the next page is on the disclosure. We used to do communication around green. We used to say we do green product, we try to do good for the environment. That was great, that was the beginning, but that's not enough. We need to be reliable, we need to be quantitative, and we need to give a view of the impact we have when we make green capex, i.e. how much energy are we saving, how much isolation or new efficient AC are we putting in buildings. It needs to go into granularity. And put yourself in the shoes of a global investors. As an investor, I've got holdings in dozens of companies. I want to know the impact I'm doing on the economy. I want to know how much energy transition I'm helping. I need all of these corporates to disclose in the same way, and I need to be able to analyze and add on from one company to the other using somehow the same kind of methodology. And this Article 8 disclosure requirement will definitely help on this front. Moving on. And now, that was my first part, was about telling you how some piece of work done by the EU are helping the real economy getting financed and getting decarbonized. And in the next page, you will see, again the next page, all the innovation we can do in green and social bond. I like this slide, though it looks a little bit messy. Don't be scared, I'll run you through. Market started with what we call use of proceed transaction, i.e. green bond. What is a green bond? First and foremost, a contract, a bond. But there is one key element, one article, which we've put in the documentation, which is the use of proceed. And this use of proceed define to which effect the money will go to and which impact it will have on green field. And thanks to this simple use of proceeds, we created this new instrument 12 or 13 years ago, which is a green bond. From green bond, we moved to green loan. Amazing, we've doubled, tripled the impact. Bond market, global loan market are absolutely gigantic. So thanks to this concept of dedicating the financing through legal terms, we've been able to create a gigantic market. And then we are in a process where green is becoming mainstream in capital market. We have project finance now, we have convertible bonds, we even have swaps supporting real economy transactions which are green. So we have a full field of transactions which are for the capital market, greenifying all of our operation. I wanted to introduce one new instrument which really saw light 2 years ago, which is a sustainable link bond, or what we call, or loan for this purpose, what we call KPI-linked instrument. Unlike the previous instrument, like green bonds, which were defined by your use of proceeds, this one have a general corporate purposes in terms of use of proceeds. But this one link the corporate strategy to a financing. Let me be clearer. Let's take the example of Enel, an Italian utility company. At the board level, Enel decided to have more than 50% of their energy coming from renewable energy. What a strong statement. But they wanted at the CFO level to link this corporate strategy to a financing, and they were even ready to be penalized should the company not reach this target. And they were a pioneer in KPI-linked financing by raising money in the market on a bond format, and should they have not reached this 50% of renewable energy in their energy mix, they would have been penalized in the coupon they would have paid to investors. So I think it's quite a powerful instrument. Moving on to the next page, I like to move from global to local. Taiwan. So in Taiwan, Crédit, so the Taiwanese Taipei Stock Exchange, have put in place green bond a few years back in 2017. And from the green bond, they've built a very solid framework, which is a sustainable bond framework, where you can do green instrument, so social instrument, or sustainability instrument. And I would say that this scheme is comparable with any international scheme. Our bank has used it to finance ourselves locally, and we have a domestic investor base buying this kind of product in Taiwanese dollar. Moving on to the next page, I wanted to spend 1 minute on the bar chart on the lower left side, the one with most colors. As you can see, the dominant color is green. Guess what? Green bond. Market started with this instrument. But over time, you can see that new instruments were created. And starting in 2019, you start to see social and sustainability bonds becoming an important feature of the market. And more recently, in 2021, you see sustainability-linked bonds. So let me just go back a little bit in area. Social bond are bonds which have social objectives, which are, for example, financing education, financing health. Sustainability bonds usually are bonds which have two interests. One, being a green financing, two, having a social impact. So you can imagine that financing an hospital or financing a school, you're financing a green building, or a building which we want to be green. But you also have a social purpose to this kind of financing, hence the rise of sustainability bond. But the interesting part is the social bond rise in itself at 31% in 2020 and 27% in 2021. These are COVID relief bonds. So financing which have been put in place, global agencies such as IFC having raised significant amount of money in the market, and this money through their network being redistributed to SMEs which need to have some COVID relief scheme in order to continue to live well, and I think these bonds have been successful. And the novelty I've mentioned, the sustainability-linked bond, which is at 11%, and you will see much more of this product in the year to come, because green and sustainability is a board level, a C-level discussion, and linking your financing to your corporate purposes makes a lot of sense. If I move on to the next page, and I will be quick on this one to show you that most of the KPI links, so the sustainability linked financing, is actually linked to carbon footprint, i.e. This financing will help me to reduce my carbon footprint by X amount. But you also have interesting element. You could do one on diversity and on gender diversity. So you have a really good scope of KPIs that you can put in this kind of product. And moving on to the next page, just to give a quick illustration, again, you need to be able to measure, and when, for example, you finance a green building, you need to be able to know how much annual energy saving you can do in gigawatts, and I think this is key. Moving on, and I will just use one more page, please. Next page. I will just use the next one. Voilà. I want to finish on a note of hope. There is a new element in a development in the market which is called solidarity-based finance. This is not green, this is not social, this is a solidarity-based finance. We have done a green bond. On this green bond, we have asked the issuer, so in this case Crédit Agricole, the investors, which were Taiwanese investors, and the underwriters, which were local underwriters, to carve out a little bit of their economics and to keep 50,000 euros that they jointly gave to an NGO, and in this case this NGO was Plastic Odyssey, and Plastic Odyssey have a purpose which is to find technology which clean ocean on a global basis. So you have great products which have been put in place, green bond, social bond, KPI link bond, but let's not forget that we can also do solidarity-based finance, and if we all adopt somehow this kind of financing, we will call all with our 50K, 50K, 50K. I'm sure we can raise millions for good cause. So on this hope of note, let me pass the mic to the next panelist, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lambert, for your wonderful sharing. 我们谢谢讲者精彩的分享。Our next speaker is Ms. Alina Bartram, Acting Director of the Directorate A, International Mainstreaming and Policy Coordination, Directorate General for Climate Action, European Commission. 下一位邀请到的讲者是欧盟执委会气候行动总署国际交流及政策协调局代理局长 Alina Bartram 女士。She will talk about an overview of the EU Green Deal and Green Recovery Policy。她要分享的主题是欧盟绿色新政以及绿色复苏政策概念。Please welcome Acting Director Bartram.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon and morning to all wherever you may be joining us. I am delighted to join you on this very important occasion and share some thoughts from a bit of a helicopter perspective of European policy making. And I believe my assistants sent some slides over. I don't know if it's best to operate them centrally from there or should I try and share from my screen?
So, Ms. Bartram, could you please share your screen?
Okay, I will start sharing.
Yes, please.
And this is visible?
Give us a second. We're still waiting for it. Sorry, we haven't seen it. Could you please share again?
Okay.
Thank you.
1 minute. Okay, is that working now?
Sorry, we can't see it yet.
Right. Okay. Right. Well, I do apologize for this, and maybe what we could do is this visible now?
Yes.
Okay. Apologies for the slight delay in putting this on screen. But let me start by saying a few words about the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal is part of the backbone of our climate action. It's of course being put forward by this college, and notably President Ursula von der Leyen already as her political manifest before she took office. It is not a new agenda for the EU, as the EU has a long tradition of being a leader in the fight against climate change, from Kyoto Protocol days to Paris Agreement, which is of course become applicable as of the beginning of the year. And what's notable in the EU action is that we don't only make international pledges, we also walk the talk. So we have recently pledged to become the first carbon neutral continent, latest by 2050. And over the summer, we delivered the legislation package that will put forward the regulatory measures necessary to perform and deliver our net emissions reduction target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by -55% compared to 1990 levels by the year of 2030. So this is the European nationally determined contribution, and it has also been communicated accordingly to the UN Climate Convention. The target is legally binding and it's enshrined in our legislation. It is part of our Paris Agreement pledges, but it will be implemented through regulatory measures that have become dubbed as the Fit for 55. And overall, the Green Deal includes some 50 different regulatory and policy measures. I'll come back to the Green Deal in a minute. Why do we claim that the EU delivers on its targets? Since 1990 to 2020, we have already reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by some 23%. Meanwhile, our economy has grown by 60% in terms of GDP. We have recently changed our gear, so the upgrade to our target 55 enhanced our ambition from the previously communicated -40% by 2030 to 55. The implementation of the Fit for 55 will be achieved through the package, and the package was adopted and presented by the Commission on July 14th, so quite recently. We have decoupled effectively economic growth from greenhouse gas emissions, and we will of course continue to do so. In these graphs, we see the pathway all the way up to 2050. If you look at the graph carefully, you see that under the zero, there is a negative contribution to the greenhouse gas emissions, which we expect to come from the land use sector and carbon capture and storage. So we're not saying that by 2050 there would be no emissions whatsoever, but we're seeing that there will be a balance between emissions and removals, hence achieving the famous net zero target. The EU movement to the transition to net zero, it's very good for business. It will mean that we are firmly on track to achieve our climate neutrality, but our businesses and industry and financial sector, as we've heard before, have become trendsetters, standard setters, and global trailblazers. We have seen sustainable economic growth already spurred and accelerated in the clean energy transition, while the transition will ensure that natural resources are managed and used more sustainably, and that our economic resilience is enhanced as we move on. Delivering on the Fit for 55 commitment is not just about environmental policies, far from it. All sectors of our policy making will be concerned, ranging from climate and energy, of course, but also to include transport, taxation and trade, land use, as mentioned before, infrastructure, different energy efficiency, building standards, maritime initiatives, also fuels and infrastructure initiatives, and of course the emission trading system, the backbone of our climate policy, will be expanded to cover also buildings and transport sector. The revision of our effort sharing regulation means that also the member states need to come up with more robust national plans for action. And this has been folded in to our recovery strategy. So as part of the recovery and resilience plans, which are the member states' proposals for qualifying for EU financing of the recovery support, have to be climate compatible. So there are certain benchmarks and performance indicators that will be applied in order to screen the proposals by the member states for their Paris compatibility. We don't think that it would be responsible of the EU to spend the monies that we have effectively borrowed from the future generation to finance the recovery, to put it into investment of near to redundant coal technologies or things that would not deliver on the sustainability and climate objectives that have become very, very necessary, and which are something that the EU public also demands in light of the urgent scientific findings and also the phenomena that we have been very tangibly and concretely experiencing in Europe in forms of floods and forest fires, but also all around the world. So the realization of the necessity of the green transition is something that our citizens support fully. The transition is also opening new opportunities through the industrial and sectoral transition. We want the EU to be and remain competitive in the global scale. Industrial transformation and carbon pricing will put our industry in a pole position when we start looking at the more global clean energy markets. The revision of ETS target will incentivize energy efficiency gradually as we move along with more ambitious policy. It will be extended to cover maritime sector, and we will also be expecting greater effort from aviation operators, thereby spurring innovation. There will be an international scheme, of course, which is being put together in the context of ICAO, and for EU's part, we intend to implement that through the emissions trading scheme. The overall binding targets in the EU sector have been increased to deliver on the ambition. Furthermore, we expect our mobility and transport fuels legislation to result in very clear standards for CO2 emissions of new cars and vans. And we will put forward an alternative fuels and infrastructure regulation. We will promote uptake of sustainable fuels for aviation and maritime as well. What is very important to note is that what we have seen happening in the EU automobile industry has had very, very significant spillover effects in all those countries that want to service the EU market, as of course their producers must comply with the standards applied in the EU. So the positive environmental impact has not only affected the EU market, but also producers in other countries, and resulted in also the car stock in those countries that import to the EU become much cleaner. In addition to our own domestic measures, we of course need to look at what happens outside our own borders and what type of ambition and policies our partners are delivering. So what we have said already in the very start of the Green Deal is that unless the EU ambitions are matched by our partners to reach the commonly agreed Paris goal, we will be looking into the application of a carbon border adjustment mechanism. And the objective of the CBAM, if you like, is to reduce CO2 emissions in the EU and globally. Because if we would not apply a border measure, we would risk a severe leakage of carbon to countries outside the EU borders, as our industry would be tempted to relocate to destinations of less rigorous and less ambitious policies, thereby producing cheaper but dirtier produce. And on a net global level, this would in fact result in an increase of CO2. So the purpose of the CBAM is to push partners to implement national carbon pricing mechanisms aiming at achieving an international carbon price system. Industrial installations outside the EU, of course, are now not subject to similarly ambitious measures. So we would ensure that the producers face a similar cost or levy when servicing the EU market, and equalize the price of carbon between domestic producers and importers. The key elements of the CBAM design are for it to mirror the carbon pricing through a new mechanism for imports into the EU. This will complement the EU emissions trading system, and in the first call, it will focus on the most carbon-intensive sectors. What we have made very sure in delivering and designing the CBAM is that it is fully compatible with the WTO rules. It's non-discriminatory, and it will result in no favourable position for the EU producers. The sectors in the first instance to be included in the scope of the CBAM are cement, iron and steel, aluminium, fertilizers and electricity. And they have been selected on a basis of 3 criteria. Firstly, the high risk of carbon leakage. Secondly, they cover more than 45% of the CO emissions of ETS sectors. And thirdly, the practical feasibility. This is the first in the international scheme time that a border measure is being put to practice. There has been a lot of academic debate, a lot of studies about it. It has always been in the EU's policy toolbox, but it is the first time that we're taking it into application. The CBAM measure is not going to be taken into use overnight. It will be a subject to gradual phasing. As I said, our proposal was presented to the European Council and the European Parliament on the 14th of July, but it will be still subject to the so-called co-decision procedure, whereby different co-legislators, Parliament and the EU member states will deliberate and agree on the final format. The way we have proposed it is that the CBAM will be based on a purchase of certificate, which is an euro price per ton of CO2 emitted. The price of the certificates will be based on the average trading price of the EU ETS allowances in the week prior to the import. And that's a dynamic mechanism, which will mean that there will be no undue disadvantage for the importers compared to the EU producers, as the prices of EU ETS fluctuates, so will the certificate prices. So we mirror the real market development. And it will be gradually phased in with simplified procedures to allow different businesses to adjust. That means that in the first instance, we will have a period of a transition from 2023 to 25 based on collection of information, not money at this stage. And carbon price will be actual emissions for each sector. And after this transitional phase, what we estimate to be in 2026, or we proposed it to be, importers have to declare the amount of embedded emissions in the total goods they imported. Rules for calculating embedded emissions will be clearly spelled out, and we will continue to communicate on this measure as we move along. As what comes to the CBAM's international impact, we hope that it will intensify decarbonisation in third countries under a 5-tier system. There will be the actual emissions methodology. Countries applying to the EU ETS or linked to it, such as Norway or Switzerland, will be excluded. There will be a deduction of the carbon price paid in third countries from the adjustment of imported goods. So if the produce already faces a carbon price in the country of origin, that price will be deducted from the adjustment. International agreements on how to take into account the carbon price applied will be agreed. And special rules will be put on electricity for countries whose electricity market is coupled with the union internal market on electricity. The impact of trade and on trade and investment between EU and partners will not be limited to the CBAM. The overall Fit for 55 and the EU climate law will have a global impact on trade, and this is a trend that we're seeing also beyond the EU. On the 12th, just on Tuesday this week, also Russia announced its commitment to net zero emissions by 2060 and clearly communicated that they see the end of fossil fuel era coming. There will be less demand on fossil fuel and which will reduce the EU's dependence on imports, fossil fuel imports, like other countries that are embracing renewable energy. Similarly, the demand for renewable energy and related goods and, of course, raw materials will increase. There will also be a growing demand and more favorable terms for sustainably produced goods in bilateral and multilateral trade agreements. We don't see trade agreements as a panacea, but we, of course, want all our external policy instruments to be aligned with the transition agenda and the vision of the EU Green Deal. The EU will stand ready to share with all partners its approach and to ensure a socially just and inclusive energy transition, as we know that without keeping everyone on board, without making sure that different segments of society have attainable and affordable alternatives, we will not succeed. Furthermore, EU as the largest trading bloc has significant normative power globally. As I was saying earlier, the EU CO2 standards in cars have already reshaped the industry. And we see this type of trade as a vehicle for transition towards low carbon economy as producers start disseminating technology and spur innovation. We want to lower and eliminate tariffs and technical barriers, capitalize on the economies of scale and open up markets for the right type of produce. Of course, we must make sure that we secure supply chains and access to critical raw materials. And this is something that will increasingly be featured in the different new partnerships and alliances, is the steadiness and security of supply of the critical raw materials. Furthermore, by disseminating good practices, we can ensure level playing field, that everyone has access to the necessary technologies and different efficiency models. Implementation of trade and sustainable development chapters in the trade agreements will continue, and we want to make it much more than just regular annual talks. We really want to make these conversations operational, bringing in industry and businesses alike. In terms of investments, we consider that there will no doubt be reduced opportunities for traditional high carbon intensity sectors. And we do all need to accept that the paradigm has to shift in order for the societies and for the economies to survive in the turbulent times of change. There are many opportunities in modern sectors: renewables, circular economy, energy efficiency, sustainability, urban design, land use, and looking at different innovative models. And we definitely want to be in the forefront, but also work with partners such as Taiwan to invigorate the conversation in this field. As my final remarks, and I'll stop here, I'll say that, very much looking forward to the conversation. I am convinced that Taiwanese companies have the technology, the will, and ingenuity to be among the winners in this change on the sustainable business side. Let me stop here, and I look forward to the panel discussion. Over.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bartram, for your wonderful presentation. Moving on, we would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Paul Johnson, partner of Baker & McKenzie Brussels. 我们邀请到的下一位讲者是国际通商法律事务所布鲁塞尔分行合伙人 Paul Johnson 先生。他要分享的主题是 An Overview of the EU Digital Economy Policy。他要分享的主题是欧盟数位经济政策的投资机会与商机。Please welcome Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Johnson. I'm a partner at Baker McKenzie's EU Competition and Regulatory Affairs team in Belgium. First of all, I'd like to thank the organisers for inviting me to speak and congratulate them on what is once again a truly wonderful event. Today, I'm going to talk about the EU's digital economy policy, why it is important to the EU, and the opportunities for Taiwanese firms to invest in the EU and the initiatives that the EU is implementing to encourage this investment. But first, I would like to tell you a story. And as someone from Britain, it unfortunately does involve the UK's decision to leave the EU. Over the past 6 years, Baker McKenzie has advised various firms on issues surrounding Brexit, including relocation. However, my first project involving Brexit was before the UK had even voted on this issue. Our client, a leading financial institution, was aware of the risks and gave us clear instructions. First, it wanted to be prepared and to ensure that it was protected against the worst possible outcome in its view, e.g. a vote to leave the EU, and that following this decision, either a limited or no trade deal was agreed between the UK and the EU. And second, to have a clear plan for its customers. The decision to have an EU location was in response to their customer needs. They wanted to be where their customers were and to be confident that they could supply them with the services they needed because of their location in the EU, whatever happened. In my view, this neatly highlights some of the important issues when taking investment decisions. You need to be prepared, you need to adapt to changing circumstances, and you need to focus on your customers. Whilst I will talk about the importance of digital to the EU economy and the incentives the EU has in place to encourage this growth, I believe that any decision that you take to invest in the EU will not be as a result of short or medium-term incentives, but instead will be driven by your customers and their needs, and your need to be prepared to respond to changing circumstances. Do your customers want you to be in the EU? Or could you gain new access to new customers by being in the EU? And if so, what are the key issues to consider when taking a decision to invest in the EU, and what are the current opportunities? For the next decade, the EU has put the digital transformation at the forefront of its economic governance and social strategy. They recognise what an opportunity investing in digital is. As studies show that by 2030, the cumulative additional GDP contribution of new digital technologies could amount to 2.2 trillion in the EU, or a growth of over 14% when compared to 2017. Moreover, as Commissioner Breton notes, the EU has entered a global race in which the mastery of technologies is central. It is largely thanks to disruptive technologies that Europe will be able to embark fully on its twin aims of green and digital transition while guaranteeing its resilience and autonomy. Increasingly, digital transformation is seeing real and rapid change in other sectors of the EU economy, for example, the automotive sector, and EU policymakers and EU companies are having to respond to this change. A central aim for EU policymakers is to continue to strengthen the European value chain in strategic digital sectors and to make them more robust to external shocks. As part of this, the Commission has launched digital industrial alliances to create a coordinated effort with business, research, and other stakeholders. In addition to becoming technologically self-sufficient, the Commission also wants to aim to continue to be a standard maker in sectors including 5G, batteries, hydrogen, and quantum computing, since whoever makes the standards holds the market. Whilst at the same time, Europe's policymakers are also responding to the shortage of semiconductors, which I'm sure is something that everyone in this audience is well aware of. Europe recognises that semiconductors are a key part of the global technological race. And as part of that, they have announced, but not yet formally presented, a European Chips Act. The aim of this policy response is to first improve Europe's existing semiconductor research and create a strategy to push the research ambition of Europe to the next level in this area. Second, to enhance European production capacity by anticipating possible future disruptions of supply chains and securing their resilience, as well as supporting the development of European fabrication plants to produce high volumes of technically advanced and energy-efficient semiconductors. Third, to develop a framework for international cooperation and partnership. While the European Commission recognises that industry demand will not be met with production in Europe only, supply chains should be diversified and over-dependence on a single supplier should be avoided. These are all great policies and aims, and ones that we can likely all agree on. But how are these policy ideas going to be implemented? And will we see this change occur in the European economy, not just with respect to regulation of the digital economy, in which Europe often leads the way, but in the development of new technologies and increased manufacturing capabilities in the digital economy in Europe? And how can Taiwanese companies play a role in this and benefit from this opportunity? As part of this digital transformation, the Commission has proposed 5 significant initiatives to encourage investment into Europe, with significant funding incentives attached to them. I unfortunately do not have the time today to provide a detailed analysis of each of these proposals, but I will provide an indication as to the incentives that may be available and how Taiwanese firms may be able to benefit from them. First, the European Green Deal. This is the EU's new growth strategy with a focus on green and digital transitions to make Europe even more competitive globally. It will help industry to reduce their carbon footprint by providing affordable, clean technology solutions and by developing new business models. To achieve these goals, the Commission has pledged to mobilise at least €1 trillion in sustainable investments, including digital, over the next decade. Second, as part of the path to the digital decade, the Commission will pursue the EU's digital ambitions for 2030 through concrete terms, setting out targets and projected trajectories, introducing a robust joint governance framework to monitor progress and address insufficiencies, and finance multi-country projects that combine investments from the EU, member states, and private sector. The Commission has identified an initial list of multi-country projects, which include areas for investment in data infrastructure, low-power processors, 5G communication, high-performance computing, and secure quantum communication. These projects may be eligible for funding as part of next generation EU recovery instrument, which totals over €800 billion and includes the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Third, Digital Europe. This is a new EU funding programme focused on bringing digital technology to businesses, citizens, and public administrations. The Digital Europe programme will provide strategic funding to answer these challenges supporting projects in 5 key areas: supercomputing, AI, cybersecurity, advanced digital skills, and ensuring a wide use of digital technologies across the economy and society, including through digital innovation hubs. Fourth, important projects of common European interest, also known as IPCEIs. Projects identified as making an important contribution to the economic growth, jobs, and competitiveness of the EU industry and economy, including in the digital transition sector, are eligible to receive public funds. IPCEIs make it possible to bring together knowledge, expertise, financial resources, and economic actors across the Union. To date, the Commission has approved 3 IPCEI projects, including in microelectronics and in batteries. In December 2020, 22 member states announced they're willing to launch new IPCEI projects, including a second IPCEI project in microelectronics. Fifth, the Recovery and Resilience Facility. This is a key financial instrument at the heart of Next Generation EU to help the EU emerge stronger and more resilient from the current crisis. The Recovery and Resilience Facility will make over 700 billion euros available to support reforms and investments undertaken by member states. The facility offers member states an unprecedented opportunity to speed up the recovery in Europe and reinforce the commitments to twin transition, green and digital. The Commission will assess national plans against the targets of 37% expenditure for climate investments and 20% of investment of expenditure to foster digital transition. We will look at individual member state plans in further detail on the next slide, but first, some kind of guidance as to what you may need to do to be able to benefit from some of this funding available. As a general rule, to get active support from EC and EU member states, the project will need to be able to demonstrate most, if not all, of the following criteria: create a truly European value chain, reduce Europe's dependencies in a strategic sector, include new R&D opportunities and be innovative, and create jobs and growth in more than one member state. We advise a wide variety of clients on this issue, and in particular, technology firms looking to invest to get closer to customers whilst doing so in the most cost-efficient way. To benefit from the support of the Recovery Resilience Fund, Resilience Facility, member states have to submit their recovery and resilience plans to the European Commission. Each plan should effectively address challenges identified by the Commission, advance the green and digital transitions, and make member states' economies more resilient. Once submitted, the Commission assesses member states' recovery and resilience plans and translates them into legally binding acts. To date, 23 member states have submitted plans, most of which have already been approved. This slide highlights some of the plans and grants which may be available for firms investing in digital projects, but given the number of schemes out there, it obviously doesn't include all of them. For companies, as part of any decision to invest, careful analysis will be required. With respect to which member state might be interested and capable to support any proposed project. And as set out in the Go Europe booklet, firms have a wide range of EU member states to invest in, each with their own strengths and benefits. If we were to focus just on digital sectors, we would see strong sectors in the following areas: Germany in Saxony, France in the Rhone-Alps area, the Netherlands, Belgium, Austria, Italy in the Milan and Lombardy regions, and in addition, other member states that are likely to be highly interested in investments in the digital sector include Poland, Spain, Ireland, Finland, and Estonia. We provide guidance to firms as to which member states may be the most advantageous to invest in, and this often changes as the project develops. So, in summary, the EU is clearly serious about its digital transformation, and this has the attention of senior political leaders and significant financial backing by both public and private finance. This therefore presents an incredible opportunity for businesses looking to move or grow in the EU to partner with the EU on digital projects across the European market. And we're seeing a great deal of interest from our clients from some of these opportunities that the EU is now offering for such digital investment. So I'd just like to thank you all for your time. My name once again is Paul Johnson, a partner at Baker McKenzie's EU Competition and Regulatory Affairs team in Brussels. I'm also kind of on Twitter, and if you Google my name, you will see my Twitter handle pop up quite high on the Google search. I hope you have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your wonderful sharing. Our next speaker is Mr. Chris Liu, General Manager of Texier Europe. 下一位邀请到的讲者是德渊集团欧洲区刘刚佑总经理。He will talk about investment and business opportunities in Green Europe, Taiwanese business perspectives. 他要分享的主题是欧洲绿色的投资机会与商机，台湾企业的策略与观点。让我们欢迎刘总经理。
Our latest Texier bio application. My name is Chris Liu. On behalf of Texier Group, I'm the General Manager of Texier Europe. It's my pleasure to share with you about my experience with investment in Europe. First, I would like to give you a very quick overview about Texier Group. Okay, Texier Group was founded in 1976 in Taiwan as a trading company. Okay, and after that we expand nicely. We start manufacturing. And now we have about 700 plus employees around the world. And we're indeed Taiwan's #1 hot mill adhesive manufacturer. Our chairman and CEO, Mr. Donald Xiao, capital-wise, was sitting at about 35 million USD. Our headquarters is located at Industrial Park in New Taipei City, Taiwan. Okay, global-wise, we have 6 R&D centers, 9 factories. We distribute to 90 plus countries. To give you a very quick overview about our investment in Europe, as you see that lonely point in the west, we are located in Poland. And we start our investment back in July 2015 in the amount of about 6 million euro. Roughly speaking, 200 million national Taiwanese dollar. And this is indeed a greenfield investment. So we bought a land roughly in the size of 80,000 square meters. So far, this investment has a good ROI, yes, good return on investment. We reached break even in 2018. And despite the pandemic, everybody, the whole world is struggling, but we are okay. Yeah? And this year we pick along nicely. We'll be finishing with roughly around 8 million euro in turnover. With the product-wise, we are very much in the hot mill business. This is our core. Besides that, we are also in the water-based adhesive, special chemical adhesive. So we provide solution for different bonding applications. And we are also in the infection control area, where you can see in the picture, this is white device. This is called autoclaves. We provide this kind of device to the dental, clinical, and also the salons, wherever they need this kind of infection control area. And in recent years, we also have our acquisition in mainland China. We're also in the manufacturing of filter media. Okay. Last but not the least, we're also in the green and the bio business. As you see here, this is our latest Texier bio application. It ranging from hot mill adhesive all the way to different adhesives applications, to the latest, the bio food packaging. Okay, as you see, straws and bags, different packaging solutions. Okay, now we jump to the main theme today is the investment in Green Europe. From 4 different perspectives, okay? The first one is market, differentiate, positioning, and the last one, sustainability. Market structure. Okay. Europe is a very unique market in terms of the structure. The Western Europe is a very, very mature market, so it is well established in its infrastructure. So what I mean by that is that if you decide that Western Europe will be your destination, I think you pretty much just have to prepare yourself and go there, and I think the rest will come together by itself. Yeah, of course there are more details involved, but usually it wouldn't be so difficult. Yes, you will be dealing with less problem, versus the East. In terms of the West, also because it's so well established, it is also the technology hub. Yes, I think know-how is becoming a core competency for almost all industry, all business today in today's world. So I think it is a very good place to enrich your know-how. For example, you can go there by participating in various fairs. I think most people have been to the fairs in Europe because this is simply one of the largest, the best in the world. And also, not only that, different associations. For example, for hot metal adhesive, it will be FICA, yes? These are the things that we join that will give us very latest technology and also a very good platform for our technicians to exchange, information with each other. Okay. Now coming to the east part, the Eastern Europe. As you can see there, this is the emerging market, okay, where large growth is expected. Of course, the risk is also higher, but on the other side, this is also more opportunities for greenfield investment, okay? And the last one is the most important of all, is people, because people makes everything possible. If you combine the West and the Eastern Europe, it's actually giving you a very diversified field of human resource, of people talent. I think in today's business, this is very, very important, because if you can recruit people with different background, different ethnic group, I think is for sure a plus for your business. And not only that, because all these people come together from different background, I think it will generate amazing amount of innovation within your business. Okay. The next is the perspective is differentiate. As you see these two logos ranging from the right side, this is the RoHS and the REACH compliance. I think everybody know this too, because this European standards really set the standards for the rest of the world to follow. Okay, so I think for sure, if you invest in Europe, you automatically set your standard according to REACH and RoHS. Okay. Not only that, if you want to add extra value to your company's image, to the product image, to the brand image, I think to have a manufacturing site in Europe is the most straightforward way. What can be better than put made in Europe on your products? I think this is an automatic value added to your product itself. So this is why we invest in Europe. Yeah. Next part about differentiate is, since we are in the chemical business, so yes, we have to deal with the formulation. And this actually was one of the most difficult things I have to face when I first relocated to Europe. Because we actually had a very good formula, yes, had a very good foundation from Asia. So all our users, buyers from Europe, I mean, they trust our formulas from Asia. And I think anybody, any one of you could speak that one of the most risky things to do is to experience change, yes. Especially, I think when it comes to adhesive, I mean, they were afraid that it was bonding good, and also that you stop bonding, yes, or there will be some smell to the glue, and I mean, all different things. So what we did is we spent from 6 months up to 1 year to deal with this formulation changes. Okay, so what I did is I took the foundation from Asia and plus the source from local European market, and surprisingly, what I get is various innovative formulations, okay, which creating product differentiation at the end. And all my customers were very surprised because not only some of the group property was better, but it's also they can actually adjust better to the local market's needs. For example, in the past, when I sent the Asian formula, when I was doing trading, it was very difficult to figure out what's the weather like in Europe. As you may experience, Taiwan is very, very hot and humid, but in Europe, for example, in Poland, there are 10 months winter. So anyway, right now we are actually dealing with the local perspective much, much better than before, okay? Another story I want to share with you, this is also about differentiate, is when I first came to Europe, one of the top questions I've been asked the most is that, hey, Chris, may I ask you, what are you doing here? I said, why you ask? What do you mean by that? Well, usually we are the one going over there to Singapore, to China, to Taiwan, to set up our Asia Pacific headquarters. But you're here today? I said, well, that's exactly why I'm here, because I want to do things different. Yes, I want to differentiate. And as you see, I think this creates surprising values on the other side. Okay, the next big part is about positioning. Okay, I think global positioning is becoming one of the hottest topic, not just after pandemic. I think even before pandemic was like that. Okay, so to think global and act local is becoming one of the most important perspective. I think just to offer service, to create sales office in Europe may not be enough anymore. Okay, as a manufacturer, we can provide all the way from R&D to the sourcing to the most important logistic. I think some of you may start shaking your head because global sourcing and logistic has becoming one of the biggest problem in the past 6-7 months or so. I think the same to me. Okay, if you ask me, so what is going on right now with Taxi Europe? I can tell you, we were very lucky because we experienced the worst time probably back in May and June. Okay, that's when my procurement team they were calling me nonstop and say, Chris, what's going on? Our suppliers are telling me that they don't know when they can give us the goods. I said, what do you mean by that? Well, everybody's fighting for resources, so now there's a big shortage in Europe. Of course, the first thing I did is meditate, go to church, go to temple, start praying. And of course, then I pick up the phone and say to the headquarters, hey, can you give me everything you have in your warehouse? And luckily, the headquarters do support me. So right now, I'm in a strong position. But of course, the next problem is logistic. Sometimes you have to fight for the shipping, for the spot to ship. But right now, we are actually sitting in a very nice place where we produce nonstop. The only problem is that our materials are very expensive, but of course we have to reflect that back to the market. Okay, so this is another good thing about investing in Europe. The last and the most important, sustainability. I think everybody have to think about this in one way or another. Okay, and this is related to the European Green Deal, because I think it is becoming more and more concerned about the global crisis in terms of the energy resources and all the related topic. As you see, 2030, cut carbon by at least 55%, 2050, the climate neutral, yes? So in Textier, we are also doing something in response to that. I mean, we have started this before our investment. As you see that in the middle is sustainable economy. Okay, Textier is the first hot meal manufacturer in Asia to produce bio-based hot meal glue stick. It's being certified by DIN Agricole of Germany. And we are also in the delabeling green adhesive technology field. Okay, this is very new, but I think we're in the final phase of this technology right now. So another thing we're doing is to form the green platform strategy. Okay, we're actually getting all our upstreams, downstreams, horizontal partners to come and join together with this green platform to be able to discuss, okay, to create the mission of better, good living of environment together. Okay, so I think this is another big part why we are invest in the green Europe today, because it is the best place for it, because it has all the latest technology and trend for this bio movement. Okay, the end, I would like to yell aloud for all the Taiwanese business people. I mean, Taiwan, as you know, we are struggling pretty much in the global positioning. But this is why we have to reach out. As a Taiwanese businessman, I think we can all become the ambassador for Taiwan and to promote our image. So what a lovely picture. Thank you all for listening to my speech today. And I hope if you have any more questions, we can interact during the panel discussion. Thank you very much. I wish you healthy and all the best in whichever field you're in. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of the speakers for the wonderful sharing. 我们感谢所有讲者精彩的分享。And now we will move on to session 4, panel discussion. 接下来进入主题4讨论。Dear participants, please leave your questions or comments on the YouTube page, and you can specify that your question would like to be directed to which speaker, and our moderator will raise the questions for you. 若有任何问题，请直接打在 YouTube 的页面，并说明您的问题要请教哪位讲者，待会儿主持人会带您提问。Mr. Roy Lee, Deputy Executive Director of the Taiwan WTO and RTA Center, Zhonghua Institution for Economic Research, will serve as the moderator. 本场次的主持人是中华经济研究院 WTO 及 RTA 中心李纯资深副执行长。We would like to welcome back all of the speakers, and now I would like to give the floor to the moderator, Deputy Director Lee. 再次欢迎所有的语坛人上线，接下来的时间就交给本场次的主持人李资深副执行长。
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all the friends and audience in Taipei, and good morning to the colleagues and friends in the EU. It's been my pleasure to serve as the moderator of the fourth session on panel discussion. My greatest challenge to moderate this session is actually time. We have relatively limited time, but we have a very strong, very comprehensive group of panelists, and already we have received questions throughout the day. So as a housekeeping rule, I would like to invite our panelists to keep your answers concise. As an initial round, I would like to allocate around 6 to 7 minutes to each group. We have already collected several questions, so before we start, I have actually already grouped the questions into at least 3 groups according to the session list of the forum. But before we start, I would like to again highlight the background of this forum. The timing of this forum is extremely important. Historically, there is an asymmetric investment relationship between EU and Taiwan. In most cases, Taiwan being the receiving country and the European Union are the investing parties. With the development of supply chain resilience, supply chain security, and more importantly, strategic autonomy, we are actually witnessing the emergence of a new generation Taiwan-EU partnership. We are expecting, against this background, a more balanced investment relationship that is taking place between Taiwan and EU. It is against this background that I believe this forum is timely and is very important, a critical step for Taiwan investors to better understanding the policy directions, the key critical initiatives in the EU, and also I hope we are seeing this forum as the first step to facilitate a closer partnership between Taiwan and the EU in the foreseeable future. Let me start by putting forward two questions we have collected before this session. For the panelists on session one, I believe we still have Mairead and Poulsen with us for session one. So I'll just go ahead with the questions. The first question for session one is, we understand that EU is consolidating and integrating a substantial level of resources into the InvestEU program. And the InvestEU program covers many different policy areas of intervention. So just to highlight some of the key takeaways for our Taiwanese investors and audience, what will be the main areas of focus for the InvestEU program? I think, Marie, I will have to ask you to answer the first question. Now we'll have the second question, which goes, InvestEU program, for InvestEU program, are there any areas that foreign investment are most welcomed? And also for Taiwan as a foreign investor, what will be the steps, or how can Taiwanese investors participate and take part in the opportunity offered under the InvestEU program? The two panelists with us for session one, Mairead and Poulsen. Mairead, would you like to take the floor first?
Yes, thank you very much, Roy. I will take the first question, and then Drazen will take the next. I hope you hear me well. I hear an echo myself, but that's hopefully not on your side. Very good, thank you. And congratulations to all of you for the organization of this extremely interesting event. What I wanted to highlight first and foremost about InvestEU is that the beauty of the instrument is that it's so broad. It can be focused wherever the needs are. So if the needs are loans, if the needs are equity, if it's a thematic sector that has a need for very high risk coverage, the InvestEU can accommodate that. Of course, the main priorities behind the instrument reflect the Union's medium and long-term priorities. So, as the instrument is set up around the four windows that you heard earlier today, goals is to finance projects in the areas of green, of digital innovation, of research, SMEs, and social innovation. But as we all know, an overriding concern right now is the state of our planet and the climate change that we see and that affect us all. So across the windows, what we have put in place is a 30% target for investments meeting climate change objectives, climate action objectives. And in addition to that, when it comes to infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, and so forth, at least 60% of them should meet our climate objectives. So this is going to obviously be a very strong feature of InvestEU, that the investments live up to those targets. In addition, under the EU taxonomy, as you might also have heard earlier today, there is this horizontal objective of do no significant harm to our environment, which would also be horizontally applied across InvestEU. All this is also going to be covered by guidance issued by the Commission, so that investors or the actors in the program will be aware of the criteria that apply and how they can live up to the relatively high expectations to the green and environmentally sustainable character of the investments that we will support. Apart from that, it is a demand-driven instrument. So I would encourage interested parties to talk to our implementing partners, the international financial and national financial institutions that will be helping us to implement InvestEU, and see what are their ideas and where could that fit into your objectives for your investment and your interest for investing in projects in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Just to clarify, so for foreign investors accessing to and participating in the InvestEU program, are there any special conditions that we need to take note of? Or you want to alert investors from Taiwan on this special condition? Or is there's no particular conditions that will apply to foreign investors? Mary, would you?
Perhaps, hello, here. Perhaps
please go ahead. Thanks.
The second question and then incorporate the answer to this specific one. Actually, there are no specific rules for or requirements, let's say, for the investors from abroad. So your question was mainly, the second question was, what would be the best areas for foreign investors to engage in, and how could they do that? So, as just mentioned by Merete previously, so the biggest areas and opportunities we see under InvestEU are probably in the area of green and digital investments. So, especially digital transition is now also really picking up along with the green transition and kicking in, especially following the impact of the pandemic and the fact that we were all forced to really quickly adopt many digital strategies. So expect also a lot of investments in the digital area along with green. But of course, investment in all eligible area, and as Merete also mentioned, it's really very wide, are very welcome. Especially, we appreciate these foreign investments if investors are also able to bring in new ideas, share their specific knowledge from other markets, which would also benefit mutually both sides. When it comes then to the actual investments for the InvestEU, as a general rule, we support projects which are located within the European Union. However, that does not mean that there is no benefit or upside for the investors if they are located abroad, because they could, in indirect manner, benefit from the coverage of the InvestEU for a certain project. So our aim is to crowd in private investors that would otherwise not be happening to the extent or at all. And we do this by giving a guarantee that usually covers riskier projects or riskier parts or tranches of the deals that are supported. So in this way, there could be a number of different advantages also for other investors, such as lower interest rates or longer tenors, grace periods, and so on, that basically benefits the entire community of investors that participate in a particular project. When it comes to specific engagement, one of the potential ways would be to either contact some of our implementing partners, get in touch with them and see what are the opportunities where they might be, where investors could cooperate with them. Or, as mentioned in the previous presentation by our colleague Filippo, there is an InvestEU investment portal where there will be a matchmaking between different project sponsors and investors where they could actually find which projects suit investors the best.
Thank you, Tristan, for jumping in with all these useful tips and great news. And I think Taiwanese investors should be encouraged to take a deeper consideration to participate. Before we move on to questions for session 2, I would like to check if Paulson have anything to add on sure. To participate for Taiwanese investors participating in InvestEU program.
Thank you, Roy. I think InvestEU is obviously very nice incentive or benefit for Taiwanese business to invest in EU. So I think I think Taiwan do have a lot of green or digital industry, things like bicycle industry, electronic motor industry, or semiconductor business, right? And so I think a company do need to explore the possibility and also understand the strength of its industry nature. And I think just like this, I think seminar has already mentioned a lot of times, I think we do have a lot of things to offer, I think, from Taiwan, and also have good cooperation with EU and take advantage of InvestEU. I think there's only comments that I want to add.
Okay,
back to you, Robbie. Yeah.
Thank you, Paulson. Let's move on to questions for session 2 on digital economy. Well, the first question probably goes to the 2 speakers from Taiwan. What will be your recommendations for Taiwanese investors considering investing in EU, especially in terms of digital transformation and capturing the business opportunities relating to digital economy in the EU area? We have 2 speakers from Taiwan for session 2 online with us. Stephanie or Eric? Maybe lady first. I would like to invite Stephanie to take the floor first. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Thank you for the questions. Excuse me. In terms of the recommendations for the new investors, and also actually for the existing Taiwanese investors in EU, I think there are, let's say, the key notes I would like to highlight. That firstly, I think it's very important to have the, excuse me, to have the proper investment plan, to have like proper survey before you enter the new market. I think this is actually the step 1. And also that if you are already existed in EU, that if you wish to launch any new projects, I think certain business plan, investment plan, it's indeed necessary. And also, I think the previous speaker also explained or mentioned about the proper tax and the legal structure setup. So, you know, you should also make the proper plan how to, for example, distribute the loans, dividends, or even the license fees. If there's any, let's say, double taxation treaty, would allow you to have a better rate, reduced rate, compared to the standard one. Yeah, so I think this is the basic principle. And when it comes to the digitalization or green opportunities, it's more about what kind of economic activities you plan to launch or to have for your new project, or let's say to really enter the new market in EU. Then I think it's wise to look deeper that which incentive program or cash grants program will be available and eligible for you to apply. So I think this is the key aspects that I could think of from the first thought for the newcomers, and also for those are already active in EU but are thinking about to launch the new projects. Thanks.
Thank you. And Eric, you are the General Manager of Westron Ifongcom in EU. With the new consideration of strategic autonomy, we are expecting to see more Taiwan manufacturers considering relocating at least part of the supply chain from elsewhere into the EU area. So what will be your recommendation, especially focusing on digital preparation and transformation of Taiwan, future Taiwan investments in the EU, in the manufacturing sector? Eric, you have to unmute you. Thanks.
Okay, so can you hear me? Yep, now?
Yes,
all right.
Perfect.
First thing first, I think to run the global operation is also very important. Thank you. Stephanie already answered many questions, which actually Stephanie is based in Prague, based in Brno. we are cooperating a lot in this area because I always ask that we are doing a lot of digital transformation project and how to get the grant and get the incentive, how to apply. So I think for the new investment or continuous improvement investment, it's also very important to understand the incentive program for the cash grant this area. So this is the first thing. But in terms of the global operation and also investment in Europe, it's pretty important to have a talented. I mean, it's we strong here already from 2007 till now. It's already 14 years. So to make a digital transformation, actually, you need a talent and also you need a concept. And in the Europe, actually, the concept of manufacturing shouldn't be considering the low-level cost, this kind of stuff. We should focus on how to increase the high-value added, because to increase the personnel productivity and also increase the value added of each staff here. So digital transformation is quite important. It's also important into the way of the management and the behavior of the operation. For the newcomer, I would suggest that make sure that to understand the legal area, for also that how to have a global operation and how to have a recruitment in the local to make sure you have enough talented for your operation. And especially for the investment, there are many criteria. And actually that in the practice here, we are doing a lot of small digital transformation because it do not need to be big at once. But how to make this one alignment with the incentive program and how to start that and how to cooperate it. I think Stephanie answered some of the questions which I'm asking him in the daily life already. So, you know, the talent is pretty important, and how to retain the talent, invite the talent, and also the talent here cooperating with the Taiwan-based talent. I think this is most important to run the global operations from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Talent indeed is a key question for many multinational and also Taiwan investors relocating in the EU and beyond. So maybe we can come back to the talent issue at a later stage. But before we move on, I would like to invite Thomas to offer recommendations on digital transformation for any investors, potential investment from Taiwan and elsewhere into the European Union. What will be your recommendation for the preparedness or the preparation of investors, foreign investors planning to operate in the European area? I would like to invite you to focus especially on the manufacturing sector. Thomas.
Thank you very much. In addition to Wistron, I'd like to give you another example of that we already have with Taiwanese company, and that is with Foxconn. So Foxconn in its manufacturing plant in Hungary has, together with Ericsson and Vodafone, deployed a private dedicated network to make its operations more efficient and create greater flexibility. I think this has been publicly announced. And of course, Taiwan has a lot of manufacturing capabilities and excellence that to bring to bear. So I think it's very natural to continue with that. For private networks in general, of course, those are manufacturing and process industries are two of the key segments where the demand is greatest and where the propensity to invest is also highest. In addition, I would say that there are also opportunities in other areas where maybe Taiwanese companies can contribute with products and solutions developed at home and maybe exported also to Europe. So I think that, and that would be for ports, for example, or for offshore deployments and other industries. I think this is an opportunity that goes in many directions. But it's good to see that we already have some good examples that we can expand and learn from.
Thank you, Thomas. Lastly, I would like to raise a question to Paul. In terms of digital Europe policy dimension, Taiwan has been a recognized powerhouse for digital hardware. So what's your view on future Taiwan-EU cooperation in the digital area, given the fact that Taiwan is primarily working on the hardware area, whereas the European Union is increasingly looking at services and other digital opportunities? What will be your recommendation from the EU policy perspective?
So thank you very much, Dr. Lee. So first of all, thank you very much for asking me to speak at this event, and hopefully next year be able to attend in person. In terms of greatest opportunities, I think what I first want to highlight is what we're seeing here on the ground, at least, is what I would see as a real shift in attitude. And that is one which you could describe as which is one of belief. I think for a long time, Europe has either looked at, say, the US with innovation and startups, or perhaps China with its rapidly changing economy. Whereas today, I think we're seeing a Europe that is perhaps a bit more confident with its digital policy, which really believes in its capability and its offering to firms to come and invest in Europe. I think you're seeing that with the speakers here from the Commission, and certainly we're hearing the same from the Member States, that they're really determined to embrace digital change, to support businesses coming in, to support businesses from Taiwan to come in. I think this really does open up opportunities. I'd say in terms of sectors, there's obviously a great deal of attention today focused on semiconductors and chips, and I can see that very much continuing in the future. Clearly, with digital, it changes so rapidly, it's difficult to predict. But I could also see a great deal of interest with respect to R&D and innovation projects. And there are obviously a lot of European success stories already in the semiconductor area, where they kind of make the machines to enable the products to be made in the first place. So there is that kind of already that link and a lot of R&D that is occurring there. And I would say that companies do have kind of credible plans around investments within the EU. Our experience kind of at the moment is EU member states are incredibly willing to engage and explore these opportunities with firms. I think as the other speaker said, you've got to have detailed plans, got to be credible, but they will be very much willing to discuss those opportunities with you. And I think kind of in terms of, we talked about talent as well, I'd say Europe is obviously a big place, a lot of different member states, and there are different advantages depending on which way you want to go. So I think there's almost a member state for kind of any type of investment, but it's identifying that and looking at kind of the regulatory framework, employee regulation, educational background, the taxation, the costs, the support of member states, kind of the entire ecosystem that you have there, and then kind of balancing out those factors to kind of almost make a decision in terms of which way you want to go. But I would say just a huge amount of opportunities in Europe.
Thank you, Paul. Let's move on. Because of the time limitation, I have to move on to session 3 because I'm already picking up a few questions from the floor as well. For session 3, I think I'll just combine 2 questions into one. Sustainable and green investment is a relatively new concept for Taiwan. So I'll be asking our panelists to give us some recommendations for Taiwanese investors who are considering and preparing entering the area of sustainable and green investment, especially in the EU area, especially as a foreign investment. What will be the starting point to get ready to participate in the EU's sustainable and green economy, and especially all these investment opportunities? How about let's start with Benjamin. You probably will have more Taiwanese perspective on that.
Thank you very much, Roy. And it's very tough to be short on this, but I will make a special effort. So first, as investor, if you want to do green business, you're doing it because it's good, but it is good business. It makes sense. Usually when you invest in green assets, you're investing in safer assets, too, with great return. So that's a good stuff. 2, It's very strategic. Usually it's C-level discussion. The CFO now wanting to be part of discussion and is being empowered thanks to all this green finance tool. So the more green money flow into a company, the more somehow it creates a virtuous cycle of forcing the company to convert and transition faster into greener producing cycle. 3, it gives you an edge. So a green investor is an investor which will get more investment mandate from pension fund, because all the current pension funds on a global basis are looking to invest in sustainable, very long-term strategy. So if you have your own capacity to do so and your own analyst, great, you're going to get new mandates from clients. An additional point, and I would like to share our experience, be very humble. If you start, look for external help. You have a big ecosystem which has now flourished around sustainability with experts who can help you. 2, trust your staff. Train your staff, because they will be your best ally in converting yourself and your strategy into sustainability. And that's how at Crédit Agricole we made progress, because our staff were uber interested into this. Last point, if you're half-hearted about green finance, stay away, because greenwashing is the ultimate sin. If you don't believe in it, just don't do it. Stay away. And on this scary word, let me pass it to Elena for her to add a few words.
Thank you, Benjamin. Director Elena, first of all, I would like also to invite you to share with us your views on the investment opportunities on sustainable and green economy. But before that, we have questions from the floor regarding CBAM. Maybe I'll just put forward one question relating to the creation of an international discipline on CBAM. Well, the EU is the first to initiate the CBAM scheme, but there are increasing number of countries who are also considering similar schemes introduced in the near future. So what's the outlook of creating an international discipline or kind of international agreement on, for example, the deduction or recognition of carbon tax being paid in the importing country as a way to harmonize the CBAM, the operation or the implementation of the CBAM in the future? So how about let's start with the technical question first. Is there a possibility of having, what was your view on having an international agreement on this mutual recognition and deduction on the implementation of the CBAM?
Thanks for that question, and let me also congratulate you for the very well organized and hugely interesting conference today. With the CBAM, of course, we are interested in international cooperation. If there is going to be carbon price applied in the exporting country, then that will be deducted from the levy that would be facing the imports in question. So in a way, our CBAM design already foresees that kind of comparability of action being taken into account. We have always been promoters of the uptake of carbon pricing as a very efficient policy measure, be it ETS, be it tax, etc. But it definitely incentivizes market behavior that drives energy efficiency and reduction in emissions. There will be some discussions bilaterally ongoing. We know several partners are looking into this option as part of their enhanced ambition, but we're also keen to discuss in the context of the WTO. And similarly, there have been some very interesting conversations in the G20 context. So all policy measures, as we accelerate the transition to net zero, all policy measures need to be given serious consideration, as the transformation and its speed is only going to pick up. Now, as what comes to the opportunities into the investment, I'm glad to go after Benjamin, because I thought his thoughts were very, very valuable in this context. I think relocating some of the supply chains into the EU will, by definition, mean that the companies will need to apply the standards for the producers in the EU in terms of installations being subject to the similar type of regulations. And this, by default, will mean adopting new, cleaner production measures. At the same time, it will be an opportunity to innovate. It will be, by being part of the European transition, you become one of the first movers. And very similarly to what Benjamin was saying, I think the regulatory clarity and predictability we have created in the EU as regards net zero transition can usefully be replicated by micro level at the company level, looking at longer term strategies, looking at a convincing company vision that will then align with the EU partners who are going to be following this pathway. So the comparability, synergy between the different visions of operators offer a lot of scope for scaling up activities and creating new business opportunities and the strategic edge that we will need in the low carbon marketplace. It requires innovation, it requires agilities, it requires responsiveness to the market developments. And these are all kind of characteristics or features that I at least associate with many of the Taiwanese startups and innovative sector operators. So I think that there's a real win-win. And I would certainly hope that the EU's transition methodology will be replicated at a scale in several partner countries, but also at the company level, as we believe this is the way of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe Benjamin has a quick reflection, add-on reflection on that.
Absolutely, and Elena, this is to congratulate you and all, in fact, the EU and the EU Commission for all the work which has been done, which have paved the way yesterday for an amazing issuance. You have this 12 billion euro 15-year bond, which was the first EU green bond, and there was 135 billion of demand for this bond. So Roy, when you ask why going to the EU to find green investment, because origination of such assets are being done in Europe. So congratulations, Elena, and all the team on this amazing transaction.
Thank you, Benjamin. Before we wrap up, I would like to raise one final question from the floor. It's related to cultural social dimension of the InvestEU program. The question is there any facility or category of funding programs that is related to culture and social investment activities? Is there any colleagues from the Commission who would like to pick up the question? Rezan, would you like to try on that?
Yeah, could you repeat? Is there any?
It's about InvestEU. Is there any special category aside for investment programs relating to social and the cultural dimension?
Yes, so thank you for the question. As a colleague explained earlier, we have these 4 different policy windows, and one of them is dedicated to social investments in social innovation and skills. And actually, in this part of the program, we plan to support different initiatives really targeted towards these policy areas. So especially on the side of, for example, equity investments, we plan to do investments into social impact funds, into social funds and the impact funds, where we want to encourage market development in this area and have more activities which really contribute to the social dimension So not only supporting directly for profit in a way investments, but also social oriented investments. And in this area, there will be other programs and other products that will be targeting the different kinds of social innovation activities.
Thank you very much. Before we wrap, I want to thank all the panelists for your very informative yet concise answers. So with your help, we were running just 3 minutes behind schedule. Thank you for that, for your cooperation. And before we wrap up, is there any panelists from this session who would like to share with us some final conclusion or some observations on all the horizontal or cross-cutting issues that is being discussed? If that's not the case, then I want to thank you again, and also thanks for the audience for your great questions, and I hope you have enjoyed all the answers from our panel. Stay with us. We're not adjourned yet. I'll give the floor back to the forum, and we'll be entering the conclusion session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the moderator and the panelists for the insightful discussions. 我们再次感谢主持人跟与谈人精彩的对话。Due to the time constraint, the organizer will collect the questions not answered by the speakers and get back to you after the forum. 由于时间限制，主办单位会整理还没有回复的问题，于会后再回复各位。再次感谢大家的参与。And now we would like to conclude today's forum. Once again, thank you to the moderator and thank you to our panelists. 我们再次感谢今天我们的主持人还有与谈人精彩的分享。Due to the pandemic, we have moved our activities online, and after today's forum, there are 3 events in northern, central, and southern Taiwan. On November 8th, we have the EIF Roadshow on Digital Technology in Hsinchu, and on November 9th, we have the activity on Precision Machinery in Taichung, and on November 10th, we have the activity on Green Technology in Tainan. The number of participants is limited due to the pandemic prevention regulations. So if you're interested, feel free to contact the organizer to sign up. 各位贵宾，我们今天的论坛到此圆满结束。再次感谢大家的热情参与。由于疫情的关系，我们为了要提供业者有更务实交流的洽商机会，在今天的活动结束后，会有北中南连续3场的活动暨投资洽商。10月8号在新竹，我们有 EIF Roadshow 台欧盟数位科技产业合作座谈会。10月9号我们会移师到台中，主题是精密机械。11月12号则是到了台南，主题是绿色科技。由于防疫的关系，会有人数的限制，我们也欢迎今天参加活动贵宾踊跃向主办单位报名。So before we close, we would like to remind you that the organizer will send you a link to a questionnaire after the forum. The link is also available in the chat box. After filling it out, you will receive a link to download the presentations for today. Thank you for your cooperation. 离开前提醒各位，主办单位会于会后寄发问卷连结到您的信箱，请各位协助填写。聊天室也有问卷的连结，填写完毕后会收到下载简报的连结。再次感谢您的协助。We would like to wish you all good health and safety and have a great evening and hope to see you again soon. 祝福各位平安健康，有个美好的夜晚，期待下次见。